Let me know when we're ready to go there, please.
Welcome, Channing. Glad that you're here. We're just waiting for Larry Stone and Pat Cummings, but I'll let them in as we get started. Why don't we go ahead and get going then, Philip?
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, relations, wherever it is that you find yourself here on this earth. Kindly request if you can mute yourselves, please, so that we don't have any peripheral background noise, as particularly when I sing these songs. So I thank you for that respect. So I'm very honored to be with you today. I want to express my gratitude to Will for the invitation to be able to share medicine with you from my families and the traditions that I am entrusted to transmit and embody. And today I have a very beautiful opportunity to commune with our Mother, the Earth, as well as with the ancestors. It's really an inseparable relationship that we have with them. And so if you have not done so already, if you are sitting by an altar, you can take some sage. I think as a part of the instruction was to have some plant medicine such as sage or copal or palo santo with you to cleanse yourself off. What I usually recommend in terms of sustainability, which is certainly a very important part of our respectful relationship with the earth, just take a leaf. If you have California sage or if you have South Dakota sage, you strip it off the stem, make a small ball, so we're not squandering the medicine, right? If it's Palo Santo, and you just ignite the end and then you extinguish it so it doesn't burn all the way through. And you take just a small nugget of copal, yeah. And so please ignite your material. If you don't have any plant medicines, then just take a little bit of water. That was the other requested element that I asked to procure and have with you. So if you don't have any plant medicines, you can take some water, right? And either way, you wash either the water or the smoke with your hands. And then you take the smoke or the water over your head, into your heart, to your belly, down each leg, top to bottom. And you touch the earth to ground, right? You want to feel that connection constantly. And then if you have your altar, then you can waft the smoke over your altar as well to bless the items that are on your altar. Now that we have cleansed ourselves off and cleansed off our altar, if you happen to be sitting by one, then we're going to invoke the ancestors and the earth. So I'm going to sing a song. It's known as a directional song to request the presence of the holy ones, the ancestors, to be with us, as well as to honor the earth and the source. So you can close your eyes, breathe, as we feel palpably the presence of the holy ones that are being invited to contain our virtual hoop today. We are Tonkashila wakantaka. Ichachpio yate. Okio yate. Tonkashila wi. Oshiha wi. Tatia topa. Yochbeata waziata yohyapati itohalata. Inamaka. Mamakashka. Oshimalapo makeo ichewichasha and petukile. Great mystery, great spirit. Holy ones who dwell in the stars, who visit us in our dreams, who walk with us upon our beloved mother, the earth. To the thunder beings who bring the sacred waters, whom I humbly petition today to allow your sacred rains to fall, to bless this parched land. To the sacred winds that blow, to Grandmother Moon, to grandfather, son, who illuminates our path as a human being, to all of our relations upon our beloved Mother, the Earth. Shunkoa Kansapa humbly expresses gratitude for my life today. Through this sacred and holy tobacco, I express gratitude for this day, that I may gather with my relations in this sacred virtual hoop to remember our Mother, the Earth, to have a deep and profound and abiding communion with her, to respect her and adore her and protect her, Creator. I express gratitude for the holy ones that walk with us, that we may also cultivate an intimate relationship with those who have gone before and watch from the other side and support when we ask for help through these sacred medicines, this tobacco, this gift that you've given us, to be able to communicate visibly our prayers to you. I pray for Woyoshkinui Chozan and health and happiness to my relations here today, that we may heal whatever blocks us from that conversation with you, Mother, that we may remove the obstacles and the fears to our humanity. I ask for prayers and blessings to Will, to the other spiritual leaders of this world, that we may come together in solidarity to support our relations whose voices are being articulated in this time in the name of justice. I pray that we may be one people, one voice, one mind, one heart, one spirit, one body. For the sake of future generations, I pray that we may awaken to see the destructive trajectory of our humanity and to right this back into balance. Wherever it is that we may dwell, I pray we may connect and honor the spirits of the land and the indigenous inhabitants of this area, wherever it is that we find ourselves. To know that there are those who walked the land before, who lovingly tended to this earth. I ask you, Creator, in this time, for my relations who are sacrificing in the sun dances and the quests throughout North America and this world, that you will have mercy and compassion with them as they sacrifice for the people. I acknowledge the sacrifices that are being made by individuals in the healthcare industry who are placing their lives on the line. For those that are maintaining the networks that allow the supplies of food and other goods and resources to flow unabated. Please protect them and their families as well. I pray, Creator, for the eradication of all fear that is causing separations among people, that we can understand that our words and our actions affect those around us, that they ripple out, and that we can begin to put other people before ourselves. In the name of selflessness, in the name of the human community. And I humbly, finally, ask, Creator, for our elder, this virus, in gratitude for helping us to remember how to be more human. That the challenges that we have encountered through this pandemic, that has brought to light the glaring inequities and imbalances within our systems, within our governments, in the treatment of this earth and all of our relations upon her, and even amongst each other. I do ask this virus for mercy and some compassion, so that we can regain our footing with the awareness of these imbalances that we are beginning to remedy. I thank you for this way of prayer, this way of life. I acknowledge our ancestors, all ancestors throughout this world that had this connection to our Mother, the Earth, that knew how to live sustainably upon her with love and adoration. help us to cultivate this level of respect in this time of urgency, so that 7 generations of all of our relations will flourish upon this earth. We thank you. Oh, so thank you, relations, for your presence here in our virtual hoop. Now that the ancestors have been invoked and this conversation has occurred, I pray that you may palpably feel their presence around you, dancing, weaving us together in this way. At this time, it's important that each of us identify ourselves not only for our human community that's assembled, but also for the ancestors who we have invoked. So I'll ask you one at a time, if you can unmute yourself, share your name, and basically how you're feeling right now. I would appreciate that. And maybe, Will, you could start, and then the other members of our community here today can each come in and share.
I'd be glad to. I've had 3 days of vacation, so I was just starting to decompress. And vacation's a hard thing to take this year. Study leave is a hard thing to take this year, but it's been good for me to have a few days away, and I'll have another 4 after today, and happy to be here with you all. And I'm on the lookout for Larry Stone and Pat Cummings, who are still trying to come in. And if you know who they are and know a way of texting them, maybe, that would be helpful. But I've sent them the contact or the Zoom information by email already. So if they contact you, please just refer them to their email box where I've sent the information. So glad to see each of you here. I think Terry is our first newbie that hasn't been a part of one of our retreats before. So welcome, Terry.
So why don't we have Terry speak then and share how he's feeling today.
Terry Sherman. I'm feeling blessed being part of this community today, and the other communities I've been involved with this morning on Zoom. I started this day by getting in line at Kaiser and getting a COVID test. My daughter had been exposed a couple of weeks ago, and we finally got in to get a test today. My wife and I have both been feeling fine, no symptoms or anything else, but as a matter of caution, the docs decided we better get tested. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm still feeling blessed.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So Will, maybe you can just kind of call out some people to go through the list that you have.
Sure. Zula, you want to share?
I'm sorry, did you say Sharon?
Zula and then Elena.
Zula. Okay.
Hi, I'm Zula. Hello, everybody. And I am very glad and blessed to be here. And I am feeling very grateful and more relaxed now and connected after your welcoming open, Chief Phillip. Thank you for being here, and thank you to everybody.
Good to have you with us again, Zula.
Elena and then Felicity.
Good afternoon. My name is Elena. I am feeling overwhelmingly grateful. I look out at my yard and the beauty around me. I look at my screen and I see the people around me. And I see another opportunity to improve my understanding of all the good gifts that we've been given. Thank you.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you. Felicity and then Randy.
The video is going to change because I'm on my phone, so hence you're seeing my ceiling. Thank you, Philip Scott. I've been really looking forward to sharing some sacred time and space with you. For me personally, I'm in transition, which is, it's a difficult time. I think that's about all I really need to say.
Welcome, and we will support you through these transitions here today.
I'm Randy Thomas, and thank you, Philip, for facilitating this for us and invoking the ancestors to be with us. If I'm honest, I will say that what I'm feeling is both sorrow and grief and hope and expectation. And trying to hold that together as one piece. That's what's on my heart.
Thank you for sharing your honesty.
Bill and then Ruth. Bill's on the phone, so we're going to go with Ruth and then Christine.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ruth, and I'm kind of relaxed. I'm looking out at the beautiful hills over my deck and enjoying the feeling for a moment of being in touch with that world instead of the interior world, the running around world. So I'm very grateful for this moment.
Oh, welcome.
And good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine, and I am feeling so very centered and peaceful after that beautiful invocation. Thank you so much, Philip. That was just wonderful. And I'm just very, very happy to be here today and open to whatever may be.
Welcome.
Great. Then we'll go with Bill and then Sharon. Welcome, Laura. Bill, we can't hear you. You need to unmute. I'm sorry, I'm not able to do that for everyone.
You can hear me now. My heart is just a little bit heavy, not with any particular sadness, but it just seems to me that this issue of race relations and this tension between people who are different and think differently, it seems to be coming at us in so many different directions. We have our Interfaith Council study on white fragility and what that has to say to us. And this morning after worship and after a established Sunday morning class, we had a special session of an hour and a half on race relations in our local church. And it just seems to me these issues and these tensions and the ethical challenges of making proper judgments all seem to be coming at me from so many different directions that it just, it's all weighing on me right now. So that doesn't mean it's bad. It's probably healthy, but it's coming at me in so many different directions that it's influencing how I feel right now. I'm very happy to be here and for this time of centering.
Welcome.
Reverend Sharon and then Reverend Channing, then Laura.
I, like Christine, am feeling very peaceful and centered, and I also am grateful for the beautiful invocation. I kind of feel in some ways that I'm in a bubble, and it's really a very well insulated bubble. I've been monitoring, keeping to a minimum, the outside news and that sort of thing. I try to not get my myself too embroiled in things that I feel that I at this moment am helpless to do anything about other than pray and see the what I call the finished product of peace. So that's kind of where I am at this point. I know that there's a lot of trouble around me. I think some of the things that are most difficult for me to integrate is the number of people who are in my circle of friends who are now, because of all this political stuff, being so separated. And I'm not sure exactly how it makes my heart feel. It just makes me feel separated. And that's troubling. So I would like to get that unification. I'm looking for, I guess, little tidbits of ways that you all might be retaining your peace and fueling your hope. Thank you.
Oh, welcome. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Channing Miller, recently ordained. So I'm feeling very deep about my life right now. I'm honoring the life of John Lewis today as he is put to rest, and honoring the peacefulness in his heart, the courage that he had in his life, and what an example he was for us. I'm also filled with wonder as our consciousness is raised in all of the Zoom meetings and all of the work that we're doing on the Interfaith Council and in many other circles in my life. I'm very grateful for this raising of consciousness, which will help us to come together and will unify us. Thank you, Philip, for your invocation.
Pleasure, and congratulations on your ordination.
Thank you.
Yes. It's my turn now. I'm Laura Sanchez, and I didn't expect to be coming today, but I'm having some back issues, and I may need to leave early, but I feel better than usual today, and I'm able to sit up longer. So I'm glad to be here. And our misuse over civilization's life, many cultures' misuse of Mother Earth has been a pain to me. And knowing that God intended us to be stewards, and the word dominion is in our Genesis, and dominion doesn't quite do it for me, but caregivers and wise users of the resources of our planet is a concern of mine. And I have a long-standing, since fourth grade, study of Native Americans. I have just really been sensitive, and in my case, particularly to the Hopi and Navajo tribes in Arizona and New Mexico. And I just very much appreciate the Native American spirituality in general. And I know that in general, it includes a lot of specifics. So I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Welcome. And I encourage you to allow the ancestors who have been invoked to doctor you today. You mentioned your back discomfort, and so this is our opportunity. Even though we've convened this circle in this virtual hoop, as I call it, the ancestors are palpable and present with each and every one of you. And so invite the doctoring, and this goes for all of you actually, whether it be physical discomfort or pain, or whether it be grief or emotional challenges or confusion, whatever the case may be, however that imbalance presents itself, it's an opportunity for you to receive healing today.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Is that everyone, Will?
Yes.
Right. So allow me to formally introduce myself now. I'm known as Shunko Akansapa. It's my ceremonial name. My street name is Phillip Scott. And I'm a ceremonial chief in the Lakota tradition, as well as a road chief in the Native American Church. I've been walking this road in earnest, in a formal way, since I was 17. It's when I made my commitment to this way of life. And I just made my 57th rotation around the sun on the 18th of July. So it's been 40 years that I have been walking this path with intent and earnestness. And I'm very honored to be able to share with you today distillation of my life and my work. I have a institute here in Northern California known as Ancestral Voice. And the intent of Ancestral Voice is to preserve and to protect and disseminate in a respectful fashion Indigenous wisdom and sacred practices. So I'm very honored to be able to share, and always deeply grateful to you, Will, for your support and your love of myself and this altar, and the congregation that you serve, and that many of you have your communities as well. And I think this is the time for us to come together in solidarity, true solidarity. And I believe that as sentient beings, as beings who are sensitive and aware, if we truly understand that we are connected fundamentally, the conclusion of the prayer that I shared today with that sacred and holy tobacco smoke and song to invoke them, the ancestors, I concluded with Mitakuye Oyasi, which is a Lakota phrase for all my relations. And that's not just an intellectual concept, it's a reality, that we are all intimately interconnected. And so as a result of what's transpiring in the world, we feel that. And even if we perhaps don't have any personal experiences that involve despair and grief in our own world, our own small circle, we nevertheless can feel the weight of this condition, this human condition that is bearing down on all of us as a result of this virus, which ultimately is a gift because it's revealing the truth about how we treat this earth, how we treat one another in all of our relations, right? And as was expressed earlier, in terms of the word dominion, the way that I share this is that in terms of the creation stories throughout the world, we are the last to be created, not the first. And therefore, we are not the superior species on the planet. Rather, we're the grandchildren. Lakota is called Tahoja, right? We're the grandchildren. And that means that we have the most to learn from our elders. And those elders are those who have gone before and who have existed longer upon this earth, and therefore have wisdom and medicine to impart. And so we look to our elders, which fundamentally the first ones who have been here the longest is earth, air, fire, and water, right? So our Mother Earth is a sentient living organism, a self-regulating being. And we can see that the virus is an expression of that as well, right? Because the viruses are also living beings. In fact, earth, air, fire, water are the first sentient beings on this planet. And we address them as by grandfather fire, grandmother water, mother earth, right? We have these ways of describing them in kinship terms. And again, those are not just words, but rather it speaks to the potency of indigenous awareness in relationship to these beings, right? So we can look to them for counsel, for medicine, for healing, right? Water is our first medicine, right? And I want to take a little sideline. I had mentioned to Will that throughout I'll be sharing about blessings that have been happening as a result of the revelations in terms of our disrespect of the earth and one another. And so there's some beautiful gifts that have recently transpired. So many of you may know that, Standing Rock, North Dakota, was a place where indigenous peoples from all over the world convened to oppose the construction of a pipeline. And though there was a slight moratorium at the end of the Obama administration, the Trump administration actively rescinded that mandate and began construction of the pipeline. Well, the warriors have not stopped fighting. And in fact, legislation was recently enacted that has caused a cessation of the flow of oil through that pipeline. And they found that the Army Corps of Engineers was negligent in their environmental impact. And so that is a victory for the indigenous people. And now they're asking that the oil be removed from the pipeline in this time of reassessment. So that's a favorable development that I wanted to share with you. And, as a result of this virus, as well as a result of this administration, it's giving us a keen opportunity to reevaluate our relationships to the earth and to one another. And though that could also engender great despair and grief, and we can feel that collective weight, it's also an opportunity for us to be fiercely honest with ourselves, and therefore to use this as a time to cultivate a more intimate relationship with the earth and a respectful relationship with each other. Or after the elementals, then come the viruses and the bacteria. They were the next to be created, and therefore they're also regarded as our elders. And so this virus has emerged as a teacher, right? So we're not at war with this virus, but rather this is our wake-up call. And we can see it in that regard and use this precisely what it is as an opportunity for us to fundamentally reevaluate and change the way that we interact with one another and our relationship to the earth. And this was certainly spawned as a result of the arrival of this virus. And to bring to light the glaring inequities, right? One of our brothers on the call was talking about his despair regarding white fragility and what has been arising for us to look at colonization and assimilation and how it's adversely impacted communities of color and the incessant 500 plus years of genocide, which indigenous nations have been fighting against, right? And so as a result of this, shall we say, the carpeting being pulled up, right? Whatever's been swept under the carpet is now being revealed. And for us to shapeshift and right that wrong, right? The the atrocities against humanity and to take our responsibility with that. I'm actually reminded of a situation where we were preparing for a purification lodge in South Dakota on the land, and we were with the intercessor of the Sundance, medicine man, and this young man, he was about 19 years old, and he had a large tubular backpack, and he actually had hitchhiked from Rapid City, South Dakota, onto the reservation, Pine Ridge, which is about 2 hours away. And that is a feat in and of itself that's rather unique. But what's more unique is that he actually found the land. So a lot of credit to his perseverance. Anyhow, he walked up to this medicine man, the intercessor of the ceremony, and he put down his backpack and he reached his hand out and he shook the man's hand. And the first words out of his mouth was, "I apologize." And the medicine man was taken aback a little bit. And he inquired, "I beg your pardon, why?" He goes, "I apologize for what my ancestors did to you." He says, "Well, your ancestors have done nothing to me personally. However, I certainly receive your apology for any crimes that may have been perpetrated against my people in the past." And he says, "But contrition isn't really necessary," he said. He says, "Let's just go in the lodge and pray together. Let's just be together in ceremony." Yeah. That's how these amends can be made, right? And so I think for me, I see that as a beautiful opportunity, right? That it's not enough to be riddled with guilt about what has happened in the past, but to make amends, right? To make reparations, right? So I see what's transpiring in this country in terms of indigenous justice now, right? And so there was a felling of 2 statues in Chicago of Christopher Columbus not long ago. And the Washington Redskins are no longer in that. They've actually, through the pressure of actually sanctions from corporations who are aligning with the Black Lives Movement, have now changed the name to Washington Football Team. Right? They've removed the Redskin moniker, right? And then, of course, one of the most significant gifts that's happened recently is that half of Oklahoma has now been returned to the 5 nations who dwell there. So we see these movements happening in terms of reparations, right? And yet at the same time, there needs to be formal apologies, right? And more movement toward helping to right those wrongs, right? Just as they've done quite a bit in Canada with the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions there. And as a consequence of that, where Indigenous peoples could share, the truth of their stories of the boarding schools and the atrocities that transpired there. My own Lakota mother was abducted from her family, placed in a boarding school, had atrocities perpetrated on her, though she never shared them, and yet she had done the work of healing that she could embrace all people. She had forgiven the oppressors and those who had abused her so that she could embrace all people equally and share this way of life with everyone who came to her. And I see that also as an opportunity in our own lives, regardless of whatever abuses we've endured, whatever we experienced in our life that has been painful, those who have traumatized us, that we have an opportunity to forgive them, to let them go, right? To let go of the stories so that we don't continue to perpetuate them, right? Because as we continue to re-traumatize ourselves by reenacting the stories or not letting them go, however we treat ourselves, we're treating the earth and we're treating others. And that's the kind of relationship that I'm speaking to, right? And then to turn this back around again to the next elders, we have the plant nations, right? After the viruses and the bacteria come the plant nations, and they have given of themselves as well. 80% of our pharmaceuticals are derived from plants, so there's a commitment on their part to help us heal. And then come the animal nations next. All of these beings have come before us, and we can look to them on how they remain in balance in the world, so that there is that sense of stewardship, right? That each and every one of us has come to this earth, has been called here from the earth and from the source to fulfill a purpose and a mission, right? What we call original instructions. Each and every one of you has been endowed with gifts that it is our responsibility to remember for the benefit of all of our relations. Yeah. But more than that, and again, this virus has brought to the surface that not only do we have an individual covenant to fulfill a mission and a purpose here, but we also have a collective medicine. And for me, that medicine has to do with responsible stewardship, protection of the earth and all of our relations, not their exploitation, not their own abuse for our own personal gain. And so my first, shall we say, homework assignment for us is to look at our lives, to scrutinize our lives, to see where is it that we are not being sustainable in our own practices in relationship to the earth. What are you, how are you regarding the earth? Are you doing everything that you can to protect her? Right? Have you removed toxic chemicals from your environment? Because whatever toxicities you place into your own body, as a portion of the earth yourself, right? However we engage in poisons and toxins within ourselves will adversely affect the earth, right? So ensuring that we're drinking pure, clear water, that we're consuming foods that are organic and local and sustainable, removing from our own particular environment any poisons or toxins that could adversely affect ourselves or our loved ones, right? That's the start, right? It has to start with ourselves first, because when we pass away from this earth, we will return to her. And we can return in a cleaner, clear, pure way as well. Yeah. And so that's the first assignment, right? To take an inventory, if you will, of your environment, your internal landscape, as well as your external environment, right? Are you also advocating for her, right? Are you ensuring that other people around you are also not denigrating or disrespecting her, right? That's what it means to be an environmental activist as well, right? Is that we are speaking for her and advocating for her, right? These are important, because then we build a community of people, right? So it's not just a singular voice who is speaking up and out against environmental injustices, but also us coming together as a collective. Yeah. Because in terms of that mitakwi oyasina I was talking about, we are all one family, right? And we have relations who have forgotten their relationship to the earth. And for me, that is probably the deepest tragedy of all, because at one point, all of our ancestors cultivated that intimate relationship with her. They understood the cycles of nature. They were planting with the cycles. They were harvesting with the cycles. Right? In fact, we don't even pay attention to the lunar cycles now, often. Right? Not to mention the cycles and the rhythms within our own physical bodies. The ceremonies that women would engage in, the moontime ceremonies to honor the bleeding, right? And also for the men's cycles as well, right? We are a part of the natural world, right? And yet we have, through our minds and through our actions, divorced ourselves from her. And I think that is one of the deepest scourges that we currently have, which is also a reflection of how we can mistreat her, because we are disconnected from her and the rhythms that form this universe. So by also not only examining our environment internally and externally, but beginning also to align ourselves with the rhythms, right? To tune into our biological rhythms as well. The sleep cycles, the lunar cycles, right? Are you paying attention to the full moon when she is happening, when grandmother moon is in the sky, and the new moons as well? And of course, we have the solstices and the equinoxes, again, which are sacred thresholds that help us to align with nature. And of course, indigenous cultures all over the world have ceremonies to honor these times, these thresholds through which we pass seasonally, and also lunar cycles of ceremonies, right? So right now, for example, many of my relations are participating in sun dances throughout this country, right? And this is the honoring of the solar cycles right now, when the sun is at its zenith, at the most intense, right? And so we sacrifice in these ceremonies. We give our flesh and our blood so that all beings may live. And these are ceremonies of ensuring that the cycles continue, right? So allowing for the rotation. I think about, for example, the analogy in the Buddhist tradition of the spinning of the wheels, right? These prayer wheels are spun to allow those prayers to extend out into the universe. And so we have the sun dance right now, and so we pray and sacrifice to the tree of life, and that tree of life then emanates those prayers out for actually the entire year, 361 days, because the 4 days we were in that ceremony, right? And so it's a time of rejuvenation and replenishment. And so these ceremonies help us to remain connected to the earthly and solar and lunar cycles, of which we are intimately connected, but which we have forsaken. And so by taking the time to honor these cycles within our own lives is really critical, and to also, particularly in this time of great challenge and crisis, I see this whenever we're encountering a crisis. It gives us profound opportunity to go deeply into our spiritual practice even more, right? So there's really ultimately two options when we are confronted with crisis. Either we're going to become riddled in fear, which is a form of paralysis and blindness, or alternatively, we're going to act, right? We act with sobriety, we act with clarity, right? So, this is really the time that we're waiting for. This is where we actually apply our spiritual practice, in a profound way, and allow it to actually deepen and inform us, right? Also, times of crisis reveal our genuine leaders, right? We get a chance to see what we're made of, right? What's our spiritual character, right? What's our constitution? And so this is also the great opportunity that we have. And so I understand that we may feel disconnected in this time, because of COVID, and that we are doing our best to reach out. Again, the sheltering in place mandates for many counties are still enacted, right? And so we do our best to try to cultivate intimacy in different ways, right? And so that connection is palpable not only through being physically present with one another, but through virtual opportunities like Zoom, right? And so I believe that there was a really very wise counsel that was offered earlier by a sister who mentioned kind of minimizing one's consumption of media. And I think it's important to be balanced in that way, right? To remain informed about what's happening, but at the same time to also ensure that you're spending time in deep reflection and meditation and nourishment and reconnection, right? And so another recommendation that I provide is that you make sure that you go out and spend time in the natural world, right? I think many of us are, even though we are asked to shelter in place, there's an opportunity to be connected to the earth herself, right? And what that means is, of course, wearing a mask out in the world, but also, physically distancing. I prefer not the word social distancing because it does imply a sense of isolation. And that's really not what's needed. It's really about ensuring that we have that physical space, wearing a mask, but spending time in nature, using this as your time of communion with her. And because I think many people are also going through what I call Zoom burnout, right? So much time is actually being spent in front of video, television and phone. And actually all of that electricity, all of that energy that bombards our energy bodies can be very deleterious ultimately. And so it's important to decompress, right? Obviously we need to spend time connecting with one another through this kind of medium of communication that we have, which is a genuine gift. Certainly has opened up things for myself as well, because normally I was pretty much only doing ceremony, in physical proximity with others. But as a result of this pandemic, I was asked to conduct ceremonies for those that didn't have any other avenues. And so it certainly broadened my own experience as a result of this as well. And so, yet at the same time, I think it's wise to ensure that there's moderation in terms of your consumption of media, as well as spending time on the computer and the phone. And so to take breaks, to go out, breathe the natural world, to put your feet on the earth, I think is very healthy and constructive. So it's not enough just to speak about our connection to the earth, but it has to be an embodied experience of it. And that's really where we move away from our rational thinking and theory to pragmatism, right? And what that means is that this is about being engaged. So it's not enough just to speak about how we connect with the earth, but that we actually do it. And so even as a part of our sharing today, we will be going out into nature so that you can spend time to connect with her. Even briefly spend time away from our video so that we can literally put our feet on the earth. Are there any questions about what I've shared thus far before I segue us into a little ceremony before we take a break?
Just unmute yourself and that'll let us know that you have a question, and then Philip or I will call on you if you do. Or you can raise your hand like this and we can call on you that way too. Yeah, Randy? Can you unmute yourself, Randy?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Philip, I've run across some information talking about the invisible rainbow and how we've altered the electromagnetic field in the atmosphere around our Earth. Are you familiar with that? And what would you offer for us to do some healing around that?
Thank you for your question, Randy. Personally, I've not heard of this invisible rainbow. Certainly, I do believe that our actions have adversely affected our Earth. Certainly, with the amount of radio waves and microwaves that are being bombarded by or being conveyed, through our various technologies that are certainly bombarding us as well, and causing harm such as cancers. There's certainly there's scientific compelling evidence that talks about transformers and individuals that live by them developing cancers and things like this. That said, I do believe that one thing that my elders certainly have impressed upon me is that the earth is going to outlive us. She's a being who is sentient and billions of years old, and that everything is just merely energy. And so a time is going to come when she will reclaim herself. We see this reclamation happening now, right? If we understand her sentience, and if we understand that she is a self-regulating organism, just as we are self-regulating organisms, right? There's a very profound wisdom within the body. And by supporting the body will often heal on its own. Well, the same is true for her. And so we can see these viruses as a part of our own immune system, right? And so she is taking care of herself, right? And we see this happening because, the forced sequestration of ourselves has minimized a lot of our movement, thereby allowing herself to heal. And so there are many reports about how swiftly she was able to clear herself of the pollution, right? Since there was a mitigation of industries, right? Just to see how quickly she could replenish herself. And again, how the animals were beginning to find themselves in environments and landscapes that were being predominantly occupied by human beings, they could return, right? And so for me, that's a very clear indicator that she has the capacity to heal herself as well when given the chance, just as we are. And so the gift of this awareness is that as we continue forward, that we find ways to continue to support her in her healing while maintaining our own balance and sustainability, right? And what that may look like is, finding technologies that are earth honoring, and also that will not harm ourselves and others. Part of the prophecy, I just want to kind of segue a little bit into the prophecies that have been imparted to me. That this has been prophesied, this particular time has been foreseen before. And the consequence of this prophecy, or the teaching around this prophecy, is that individuals that have an abiding relationship with the earth will prevail and survive, right? And that's really that's what the cusp is right now, because I see that enlightenment is not an individual affair any longer, it's a collective endeavor. And so either all of us are going to awaken, or all of us will perish, right? And that's really ultimately where we stand. So it's really incumbent upon those who haven't forgotten their relationship to the earth and our intimate connection with each other to help our relations remember, particularly those who are in a position of authority and responsibility, to place the earth first, right? To place people before ourselves, right? So if you are a spiritual leader, religious leader, community leader, or a politician, right? I see that your leadership involves selfless service, putting beings before yourself, right? That's one of the hallmarks of what it means to be an Indigenous leader, a chief, right? This is about selfless service. And so how we can use our human intelligence and ingenuity and creativity to create solutions that will not perpetuate the problem, but will help to create a better world and healthier world for everyone, right? Because everything is energy, right? So it really depends on how this energy gets expressed, how it gets concentrated, which goes back to our own spiritual practice as well, right? We have the capacity to contain our energy, right? To fortify and strengthen our energy. And how do we do that, right? That's basically through our spiritual practices, right? We understand that if we exercise and eat well and hydrate and obtain sufficient sleep, that the body will remain healthier and stronger and more vital. And so we strengthen our spirits through the use of ritual and ceremony. That is the exercise of the spirit. And that also will engender greater fortitude and strength going forward. And so, as I said, using this is our clarion call. This is our wake up for us to really deepen our spiritual practice, to come together in support of one another, to help change the tide of this world. We shared a little bit earlier about John Lewis and how he and others in the era of Martin Luther King Jr., right, Malcolm X and others, who were also speaking to the injustices that were being perpetrated upon people of color. And that level of advocacy, so that there could be movements, favorable movements and change, right? We tend to think of change as, we expect change to be linear, but it's not, right? Particularly because one of the challenges that we face as a species is that there's a fear of change, right? And we see this within colonization as well, right? This establishment, or even within the patriarchy, right? And yet what we have to do is to persevere, right? Collectively, right? A group of individuals coming together for the purposes of change, right? And that change is often truncated, right? There may be, fits and starts, but yet we maintain our vision toward what that dream is, right? And there have been many who have gone before, awakened warriors who have placed their lives on the line to ensure that these dreams of a world of peace can be realized, right? And not to fall into despair if there's a slight setback. And again, I bring up what transpired at Standing Rock. Over 700 nations from all over the world convened in Standing Rock in support of that nation. And there were so much blessings that came, right? Now, of course, they were disbanded, right? The pipeline still went through, and yet precedents were established. There were the actions that were taken helped to create protocols for future occupations. And it didn't stop, right? The battles went into the courts, right? And so they did not give up, right? Even though there was a setback of the pipeline being constructed and the oil coming through, and yet they persevered, right? And so now there is this moratorium for the time being, right? And yet they're continuing to fight, and that struggle has been 500 plus years in the making, right? And we do see these slow developments, right? So in our own life, we think about addictions, right? Perhaps that addiction is a pattern, right? And these patterns are difficult to break because we fear change, right? Rather than embracing change. When we embrace change, we're willing to make and modify behaviors and actions, right? So we have that in our own life. Of course, I use a much broader definition of addiction, right? which is a repetition of an unhealthy thought or behavior pattern, right? And so it may not just be to a substance, perhaps it could be to a thinking or to an action that you repeat that is actually unhealthy for yourself or for others, right? And so we apply ourselves, right? We go into recovery, or we find ways that we can begin to alter this behavior, you know, for the benefit of ourselves and others, right? And we see these incremental changes that take place. And maybe there's a setback. You know, I support people in addiction recovery, and sometimes they slip, right? But then they recognize that slippage, right? And then they will then proceed forward again, right? They apply themselves again. And we see that socially as well, right? This Black Lives Matter movement that is actually stirring not just, you know, solidarity and justice for the African American community, the Black community, but rather for many different communities that have been disenfranchised, right? And so there is this momentum that's building. And we see this as a result of, you know, this administration as well, right? You know, the kind of glaring injustices, right, and prejudice that we see. It's overt and blatant, and that gives us fuel as a warrior to proceed and to make change, even though we're going to encounter that opposition, right? I think about in primitive technology, for example, how do you sharpen a blade? Well, you sharpen a blade through friction, right? So you take that blade against a stone, right? And so as you shape that blade and you move it against the stone, creating that friction, it sharpens that blade, right? So how do we hone the blade of our awareness, right? How do we hone the blade of our own strength and resiliency, you know, to encounter opposition? It's through that friction. So that conflict is what strengthens us, right? Not that we seek conflict, right? We want to walk with love and peace in this world, but inevitably it's going to arise. In order for there to be peace, there's going to be conflict. Internal conflict and also external conflict, right? And so when that conflict arises, we embrace it with love and compassion, and also resiliency, right? That we're clear with our boundaries of what we're willing to accept and not. And then we move forward. Yeah. And we persevere.
That experience of conflict and, in a sense, engaging powers or engaging energy that potentially can be transformed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the transmutation right there. Yeah. When we don't flee the conflict, because inevitably we're going to encounter challenges and difficulties in our lives. And we can see that as a form of conflict. Some kind of tension, some kind of strife, right? It's kind of like breathing, right? What happens? We breathe in, there's tension, and then there's an exhalation, right? So it's actually a part of the matrix of our bodies, right? There's going to be times of conflict and release, and they're going to come in our lives, individually and collectively. We can see the historical and historical picture, right? Of times of, look at the previous administration, right? And not to say that, the United States was involved in the theater of war in almost every continent, even during the Obama administration. However, in general, there was actually much more peace amongst most nations going on, okay? But now we see an insularity happening, right? So now we're in this conflict within this administration, and in the world, we see this happening all over the world, right? Where there's a kind of an insularity happening based on fear. And so we see the fomentation of greater conflict and greater war, right? And again, so we embrace that, not embracing the war, but trying to see how we can find solutions, okay? The remediation of this conflict, right? And so we use ancient tools of conflict resolution, right? So indigenous peoples have had, methodologies and protocols ceremonially for the resolution of conflict for quite some time. And in fact, the Constitution of the United States was unfortunately the theft of the great law of peace within the Six Nations, right? And of course, it was adulterated and modified quite significantly. But nevertheless, indigenous peoples have had ceremonial protocols for peace and resolution for quite some time. Yeah. And so in our own lives, we embrace conflict when it arises, because that's going to allow for an energetic harmonization, right? Eventually, right? So conflict essentially is, we see everything as energy, in the play of energy, in the dance of energy through life, right? Conflict is just two beings or two parties or situations that are vibrating at a different frequency, right? And so when we have interpersonal conflict, the key to resolution is dialogue, right?
Yes.
So we come together and we speak to one another from the heart, right?
Yes.
We articulate our truth, right? And from that comes the possibility for understanding, which allows for a harmonization of the energies. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that through this dialogue, there's going to be a chord, right? There may be times when an individual will not concur with your perspective, and that's okay. But you can still have understanding and respect for the differences, right? And you still have a harmonization, right? The agreement to disagree can also bring peace and understanding. Yeah. What happens is that's a transformation.
So we're going to say goodbye to Channing, who has to run to another meeting. And Felicity had her hand up and she has a question for us.
Okay.
Bye, Channing. So I love that idea of the sharpening of the knife on the stone with regard to there's something hard before you really can see what you're doing and being able to go forward, if I've interpreted that correctly. I do have a question about the resistance that we're seeing amongst people. I was thinking about your prophecy, whether you would be saying more about if we're allowed to have more of that. But it's the idea of that what's happening in the world right now, the people who are resisting this change to actually take care of the earth a bit better and to be more interconnected and to recognize that, we're not this lone species that is there to just exploit the earth. The resistance to that change, I wondered what your prophecy says about that. It's just that something that I've heard somewhere along the line was, or at least my interpretation of what I've come across is that it's like the sort of last vestigial of a warrior type of time that we've been through as a human race, that we've had centuries of a sort of very warring type of dominant type of thinking, and we're actually coming to the end of that, and that what these resistant people are the sort of last vestigial bits in it, and they're not going to go down without a fight, of course, and that's why we have such conflict. And I just wonder if your prophecy says anything along those lines, or just what it might have to say about the people who are kind of not getting the message.
Thank you for that question. I like to employ what I call eagle vision. When we look at the history of our humanity and the her story of our humanity, and frankly, we see that conflict has been endemic to our species from the very beginning. So I don't necessarily, I believe that peace is an ideal that we endeavor to achieve. And if we look actually at the entire swath of our humanity, there have been changes that have occurred. But I believe that warriorship, because I use warriorship in a different way, I see this as how, so in indigenous cultures, those that I have, that I've been a part of and or have counseled with other cultures and chiefs and medicine people, warriorship is about peace. It's not about conflict and warfare. So there's always going to be warriors because it's also about awakening. The militancy that you're talking about, or the conflict, is really endemic. It's actually a part of human nature. And that's why it's necessary for all of us to find the ways that we wage war internally all the time, right? So I know it's kind of a hackneyed story. Perhaps some of you have heard it before, but it actually comes from the Tsalagi people, the Cherokee Nation. And it's a story of a young boy who is spending time with his grandfather and asks him to clarify because he feels that he has two wolves at war with one another internally. And he likens one wolf to the favorable qualities of himself, right? And then he also likens a wolf to the unfavorable aspects of himself, and that they're in conflict with one another. Yeah. And he says, which one is going to win, grandfather? And his grandfather says, the one that you feed. So we have these natures inside of us, and for me, that's really understanding the truth of who we are, right? Each and every one of us is capable of violence and abuse, either deliberately or not. And so it becomes a choice, right? And that's been a part of our human nature from the beginning. And so when there's a collective movement for more people to embrace peace, and oftentimes it involves conflict, right? That's the irony of it, right? For us to have this justice requires the willingness to be a warrior on the front line often. Then we can see the possibility of peace in the world. And so I see that the wars that are waging around the world, as well as the pollution that happens in the earth, is a reflection of what's happening internally inside of each of us, right? So that when we can learn not to wage war internally, and that may be in the form of criticisms of ourselves, condemnations, self-denigration, these are all forms of war internally. When we can learn to love ourselves unconditionally, accept ourselves unconditionally, and be at greater peace, which also means to love the parts of ourselves that require some attention to refine and to heal, then there's going to be more peace in the world, right? Similarly with pollution, right? All the pollution that's happening is a reflection of the pollution in our minds, the toxicities that we have, again, condemning others, condemning ourselves, right? That's a form of toxicity and poison as well, right? And so that's why it's important for us to do our own spiritual practices, our inner work, to get to a place where we are more pure, and that's what our spiritual traditions can provide for us to do. Yeah. And
Philip,
so,
would you say that in the spiritual traditions and spiritual practices where we celebrate ceremony and ritual is a place where we learn how to change the narrative and come to a greater story?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And not only do we change the narrative, but we act differently, right? So it's not about just changing the story, but it's about acting on this novel story that we dream, right? So the narrative is then something that the novel narrative is something that we enact in the world, right? So it's actions that transform us. Words are beautiful, but they don't necessarily always change things. It's action. Action is what actually will change the world, because there's plenty of rhetoric out there. We can talk wonderful talk, but for me, this is really the ground of integrity, which means that you walk your talk. And so, the prophecies speak of this opportunity that we have to engage in to live peace, right? And to engage with those who have forgotten, right? Because that's really what it's about, right? The ones that are, so again, if we understand human nature, which is based on resistance to change, then inviting those who are having difficulty in embracing change, that's how we're going to change the world, right? So Gandhi said, you have to invite your enemies to lunch. And I love that phrase, even though I don't believe there's actually enemies in the world. Because for me, an enemy or a stranger is someone's story whom you don't know, right? If you can sit down with someone whom you have a disagreement with, there's a possibility for that understanding. And it may very well be that, because the world is based on diversity, you're going to have people that will not necessarily remember how to take care of the earth. But that doesn't mean that we stop trying. We endeavor to reach out to those whom we have disagreements with or who are not in accord with our perspective, and perhaps enlighten them as best as we can, to see that change and to enact that change together, right? And it's one thing to preach to the choir. It's another to engage with those whom you have difficulty with, right? Because that's where that's how we can reach, them, right? And at the same time, it's important that we do have our allies, right? So we come together with those who do embrace that same perspective, because obviously we're stronger together, right? One individual, if there's anything that's shifted in terms of what's happening in the world, is that it's a collective momentum now. It's not just one individual who's speaking out, say Martin Luther King Jr. or Gandhi, Mother Teresa, others who are awakened warriors, but rather it is now a collective. There's a momentum that's been built, right? So in fact, with the Black Lives Matter movement, they say there is not one singular person who represents this movement. It is a collective, right? And so as a result, it's kind of like, it reminds me of what happens I'm also a scuba instructor, and you go down and you see what's called a bait ball. You see all of these fish who are congregated in a sphere, right? And when the predators come, they can't single out one fish, right? So they're actually more protected in the group, because there's not just one individual, but it's a collective, right? And that's the point. That's what's happening now. We see that happening with these movements, just like with Standing Rock. There was not one individual. It was actually many nations coming together as one singular voice. And that's really what our responsibility and job is right now, is to come together in solidarity, to act in a way to enact the changes that we request for the betterment of the world and the whole. I know that we're about 2.5 hours in right now. I'd like to take a 10-minute break, and for you to relieve yourselves, to get some water. We're going to come back and we're going to do some inner work around these topics, and I'm really honored for your participation, and yeah, I look forward to the deepening of our conversation and actions that we can take to nourish ourselves spiritually in this time, to let go of the weight and the heaviness, the confusion, and to invite in energies that will sustain us and nourish us and fortify us for the times ahead. So, thank you all. Look forward to seeing you in about 10 minutes.
Thank you, Philip. You can turn your
Pleasure.
video off if you'd rather. You can leave it on if you're okay with that. And one children's book we used last year for our peace camp was Hiawatha and the Peacemaker, and that was a good one because it talked about how people had to come together from many tribes to help reclaim the life of one person who was out of balance.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Yeah, we'll talk about that when we get back.
Robbie Robertson and David Shannon. So we'll mute ourselves and we can turn our video off, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. About 3:46.
How's it going?
Oh, it's fun.
You're what?
I have work tonight.
Yeah. What time are you leaving for?
4:30.
Welcome back, folks.
Right. Indeed. Welcome back, everyone. I'd like you to, since we took a pause, to re-cleanse yourself off. It's always important to do that. So either to burn whatever plant medicines, sage or copal or palo santo, or to cleanse yourself off with water, either way. And cleanse yourself off the way I'd shared with you, igniting your smoking mixture or taking the water and cleansing your hands first through the smoke with water, and taking it over your head, and feeling the blessings, feeling the cleansing, the purification that takes place. The heart, the belly, down each leg, top to bottom, touching the earth after that. And then if you happen to be sitting by an altar, just cleansing off your altar as well. Wafting smoke over it or just sprinkling a bit with your fingers with some water. I mentioned that awakened warriorship, which has to do with peace, involves action, engagement, and not engagement in a militant kind of way, right? Actually, the warriors that protected the nations, peace was where they operated from, right? So violence was the last resort, not the first. And they could exercise great self-restraint and discipline, right? Because that's what was called for, right? So I'm reminded of the beautiful quotation by H.G. Wells: the first person to raise his fist is the first person to run out of ideas. Yeah. And so all the awakened warriors that I've known and through my studies, including Indigenous, there were rules of engagement. And so it was actually dishonorable to take life. And so there were other means to engage and in nonviolent ways. Anyhow, so what I like to do is for us to release whatever heaviness that we're experiencing or carrying. And the way that we're going to do that is through your DNA. And what I mean by that is, so in the Sundance, there's an understanding that we have two things, albeit one of them temporarily, which is our body, right? So to give of our body, blood, sweat, tears, that's one of the greatest offerings we can give. Now the other is our word. And our word is what we say in Lakota is waka, is holy, sacred. Yeah. But our word actually pervades time and space, whereas the body upon death will return to the earth. Our word actually is eternal. And so therefore we exercise vigilance with our words and with our actions as well, because both have impacts in the world around us. And we see that play out in terms of our relationship to the earth and one another right now. So as my Lakota mother would often counsel, or caveat was always to exercise vigilance in my thoughts, my words, my actions, because of the fundamental interconnectivity of all creation. So what I'm going to have you do is take a strand of your hair. Now, if you happen to be bald, then you could take it from your eyebrow or mustache or even armpit. That's a little bit more painful, but nevertheless, you're going to take a strand of your hair. Now, if we were actually convening in a circle, I would probably offer, provide some tobacco for each of you. However, I think this is more potent today. It's actually a California native practice. Some people make offerings. They use their hair or their tears or their blood. So we'll just use our hair today. And the potency of this is also, it's a part of yourself, right? The DNA means descendants and ancestors. That's an acronym from John Trudell, who was a very gifted Lakota poet and activist involved with the American Indian movement. So he would say DNA is descendants and ancestors, right? So it ties in with whatever your challenges and issues and wounds are, because your body forgets nothing. From the moment of conception until now, your body, your physical body, remembers every experience you have. And even more so, your energy body is even more sensitive and experiences and remembers with even greater precise detail. So in your body, both physical and energetic, is every single experience and memory that you've had from the moment of conception until now. And so we're going to activate that. You're going to speak in to this hair something that you need to let go of, right? Maybe something has been triggered as a result of this pandemic in your life. So we're talking about white fragility or white privilege. Maybe you've been confronted with that in your life right now, right? As it happens to be a part of the discourse, the narrative that's being revealed, right? Or perhaps you've had conflicts with others related to interpersonal matters, right? There's been an increase in addictions as a result of this pandemic. There's been an increase in domestic violence as well. Maybe you've been a party to that in terms of witnessing it or experiencing it, in your work with your communities and your congregations, even online, right? And so that's still a poison and a toxin that you experience and take in, or maybe you've had difficult encounters with your partners or your loved ones or your family right now, right? Maybe you're fearful of the future. There's so much that we can pray for and let go of today to help ease your burden in your life. And so what's going to happen is, as we move into more pragmatic healing and engagement with ourselves and the earth and the world, right? I also want you to use this prayer time as a way to let go of whatever your own disconnections are. Some of you talked about feeling disconnected, okay? Which again is kind of an ancient legacy that's being passed down often through colonization and assimilation, is this fundamental disconnection from the earth, right? And we all grapple with that. So here's your opportunity to remove the obstacles to that connection as well. So it's going to be tying into recultivating and revivifying our relationship with the earth, right? So it's kind of on two fronts here, this prayer intention. One is for you to heal and release whatever heaviness, whatever wounds, fears, issues have been arising for you, but also the impediments to your communion with the earth, okay? And to help you with this, I'm going to sing some songs, okay? I'm going to sing some songs that connect with our hearts, as well as whatever the spirits want me to share. I think kind of seeing some songs that they're going to be instructing me, right? And so at this time, I want you to take that hair either to your heart or to your mouth, either way. Now, in Native tradition, we call it sending a voice. Okay, and what that means is that you're going to articulate aloud into this hair what it is that you need to release and let go of, right? Again, fears, wounds, issues, traumas, right? It can be related to, since the pandemic, or things that are arising in your life that's, you're being activated or triggered now, or it could also have been from your past, either way. And then to articulate what you experience as the impediments to your own communion with the earth and the unseen. Yeah. And so as I sing, just pray aloud into this hair. Now, in Lakota, the word prayer is called mochekia, which means to cry. So prayer is unfettered heart speak. That's what I refer it as. And so what you're going to do is just allow your heart to speak to these matters. And as a consequence, you may weep. And those tears are also a part of a purification. So if the tears arise as a result of you articulating your heart into this hair, letting go of these things that no longer serve you, then be open to that. Allow it to happen, right? It's just a deeper form of the purification. So go ahead and hold that hair to your mouth, to your heart. And as I sing these songs, let's go ahead and pray. Here we go. So now, with this strand of hair, I'm going to ask you to go outside and if you can, I encourage you to take your shoes off, because I would prefer that you make direct contact with the earth. And so you take your shoes and your socks off, and you go outside and you take that strand of hair and you place it on a bush or a tree or somewhere where no one's going to step on it. Yeah. And as you place it on that plant, then you feel the release, right? You feel the letting go of whatever those burdens are. Okay. And then once you've let it go, then again, standing firmly on the earth, I want you to feel the earth energy rising up into your body, ladies into your womb, gentlemen into your solar plexus. And then I'm going to have you at the same time as you're standing on the earth, take your hands up, and I want you to feel the medicine of the sky cascading down through you. And so it dances. So the sky and the earth dance in your center. Again, for the ladies, it's the womb. Gentlemen, a little bit higher in the solar plexus. Okay. And I want you to feel the communion of the earth and the source in this part of your body, because that's where these energies can dance to help you feel balanced and centered, with greater equanimity and peace. So at this time, head on out, take care of that. Take your time feeling the earth and the source, and then we'll come back.
Philip, about how many minutes? I guess until we're done.
How are you feeling, everyone?
Chilled.
Can you say that again?
Chilled.
Chilled?
Calm.
Calm,
Yes.
all right. Good.
I'm feeling better able to listen and to listen to people who are having issues with things that I've been going through my whole life with the change. This has been my life, as you, I'm sure, understand.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm feeling liberated a bit. I have been wrestling with this white privilege concept, and what I hope to get is to where I can empathize with others, regardless of who they are, but to walk in their footsteps and to feel, if I could, some of the angst that they have. So we'll see if some freedom comes in.
We'll talk about that, Terry, when everybody has returned.
Okay.
I think that's a good point to address, because it ties in with, you know, the earth. It ties in with people of color. So I'm trusting that everyone is back now. Let's just kind of. All right.
I don't see
So,
Randy yet, or we'll ask Ruth and Christine and Sharon to turn on your video when you come back. I'll put a little note in the chat. I could feel something right here.
mm-hmm. Exactly. We'll wait a little bit longer for the others to return.
Philip,
Yeah.
while we're waiting, this is Bill Rust. I'm
Hello,
just
Bill.
wondering if you could share another comment or two about your own personal experience and your personal background. It might be interesting to know, whatever you feel comfortable sharing.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to do that, Bill. Wait for everybody to come back, and then I'm going to share a little bit about one topic, and then I can segue into my own personal journey a little bit. While we're waiting, if you can, it's always traditional whenever you release that you want to cleanse yourself off again. So either using the plant medicines I mentioned previously, or some water, go ahead and cleanse yourself off, right? Whenever we have released the residue of something, we always cleanse just to make sure that we feel fully purified. No residue. And again, if you don't have any plant medicines, it's fine to use water. Is everyone back yet? Will?
I don't see Randy, but I know that he lives in an apartment complex, and so for him to get outside might be a little harder to get back indoors, but
Okay, we'll give it a few more moments.
here he comes. Felicity hasn't come back either, but we'll just share more medicine while we wait for them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here.
Hi,
Okay.
Felicity.
Great. All right, well, now that everyone's back, I'm praying that you feel lighter, right? That you feel a little bit more freedom, a little more liberated, since you hooked your intent to let go of those aspects of your life and your experience that no longer serve you, as well as the impediments to connecting with the earth and the source, right? The sky. I'm trusting you also felt, in your center, the dancing and the mingling and the coalescing of the earth and the source within your body. If you've just joined us, make sure you cleanse yourself off again with the plant medicines and the water. There was a comment from Terry about the grappling with white privilege and the desire to empathize with people of color or with the experience. And what I want to share is that we're talking about the difference between compassion and empathy. And the example that I often cite is if you're talking to someone that has cancer or has had cancer, and you have never experienced the journey of cancer yourself, you're not able to empathize with them. You can have compassion for what they've gone through their suffering, but you cannot empathize because empathy involves a shared experience, right? So if you have been born into this world as a white person, you'll never be able to empathize with a person of color. That's just the fact, right? And that's the reality of white privilege, is that we often take things for granted, right? So my partners have been women of color, and I've seen the degree of racism and prejudice that they have to endure often on a daily basis, even in the Bay Area. And, I become incensed regarding this level of injustice. Yeah. And the reality is that myself, even though I carry indigenous blood as well, I am a fair-skinned person. So there's certain things that I take for granted, like being able to drive in a car without being pulled over for no reason whatsoever. Yeah. And so that's the reality of white privilege, is that there are things that one takes for granted because it's just not a part of your reality or your experience, right? So, I've spent 30 years of my life on Native reservations to see the degree of poverty that they have to endure. And, I live in Marin County. And so, and I've visited the reservations for many, many years. Constantly, I have adopted family there. And for myself, it would be ingenuous to say that I understand the reality that they live with on a day-to-day basis. I see it. I have great compassion, but I cannot empathize because that is not a part of the world that I've grown up from the moment I was born. And so I want to be careful that that all of you understand that if you are born as a white person in this world, and it is really a global issue, Black Lives Matters all over the world, as there are certainly well before Black Lives Matter, there have been indigenous warriors who have been trying to protect their sacred lands and their waters for over 500 plus years. And even less press is given to indigenous rights than to the rights of Black nations here in this country and elsewhere. And so you can certainly have compassion, but empathy is not something that you'll be able to experience if you are if you happen to be in a human being who happens to be white. That said, it's important that with the awareness of the privileges that you have, to become an ally for these causes, right? So you can actually use and leverage your whiteness to be of service to people of color, right? That could come in many different forms. Economic, maybe you will be interfacing with people who have even deeper prejudice and racism. I think about, the movements in the 60s with Martin Luther King Jr., that it wasn't just Black people, but there were actually people of all races who were standing with them and providing them with opportunities in order for their voices to be heard. Yeah. And that's where the awareness of your privilege can then be utilized for the support and the benefit and the solidarity of people who are standing up against racial injustice. Yeah. And with the awareness also, therefore, of compassion versus empathy, right? Just as I said, it's like if you've never experienced cancer yourself, you can't empathize with someone who's gone through cancer, right? So you can't say that I understand, right? I personally am a widower. My wife passed away 20 some years ago, right? If you've never had an experience of losing a loved one or your spouse in particular, can you empathize with me? And the answer is no. You may have had other kinds of losses, but that in particular, right, is not something that you can empathize with. So you can have compassion for my pain and suffering, the grief that I've endured, right? But specifically to empathize, over the loss of a spouse is not something that you can relate to me with. So then we're careful also with what we say in terms of, oh, I understand, right? So unless you are a person of color, you cannot understand what they're going through, right? And that's where we break down the filters of white privilege and perception, right? And so I just wanted to share that with you because it's certainly a part of the conversations that many of us are having now in this very potent time of transformation. And so I trust that is helpful for you, Terry, to this articulation for you.
Thank you for that clarification, and it makes me understand more of where we're coming from with this. Again, I can't understand, like you said, it's hard. You really can't understand but you can have the compassion. I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is Bill. And thank you very much.
And also, therefore, as part of being an advocate, okay, and a warrior in one sense, wherever you see this injustice, it's important to speak out against it, right? And what's beautiful is watching YouTube videos and other film footage of individuals in neighborhoods who are also standing up in solidarity, right? So a couple, a Latinx couple or an African American couple is being accosted by a racist, and the whole community is also of mixed races coming together to protect them, you know. And see, that's where we also can become a shield, right? We can also then put ourselves in that position to be able to protect them, right? And that's also, it's like the beautiful image of the grandmothers and a shield of women in Portland, for example, right? Who are standing and protecting the people who are protesting from the police, right? And so that's where we can use ourselves in support and solidarity, you know, even though we may not be able to directly understand from our own personal experience, right? And what happens is it just blows us wide open, right? In terms of being able to see the truth, you know, of what we take for granted when others, you know, are literally, you know, dying at the hands of those that are trying to actually perpetuate an antiquated paradigm of domination and oppression and suppression.
Right.
So I'd like to share a little bit about my personal story because that was asked. And I'll try to do a Reader's Digest version. So I first started having dreams, what we call big medicine dreams, when I was 6 years old. And in these dreams, it was clear that there are other realities in dream times that are more real than the ordinary world that we exist in. And when I was 7 years of age, my father and I were involved in an organization called Indian Guides, which was not so much about Native Americans, but was more an opportunity for fathers and sons to bond through different kinds of experiences. So I was born in Los Angeles, California, and my father was a neuroscientist and was employed at the University of Rochester, New York, upstate New York. And so we traveled to Rochester to settle for my father's employment. And as we became involved with fathers and sons, this Indian Guides, one of the first excursions that we went on was a sledding experience. It's my first time in snow. And, you know, so I'm seeing these youngsters careening down the hill on these sleds, and I'd never been on a sled in my life. And so I pleaded with my father to let me go down by myself. And he had a lot of reservations about that. And, but I, you know, kept insisting, and so he acquiesced. And we didn't have our own sled, we had to borrow one. Now, we didn't actually take it through an evaluation before I put my body on it. And well, the problem was one of those rapid flyers. It was a wooden sled with metal runners, and you could direct it with your hands. Well, we didn't know that the joints were rusted. It didn't move. So placed my belly on it, and I slid down the hill. And I was moving toward a tree, a large pine tree, and it was a rather steep hill. And I couldn't turn the sled. Now, this is my first time on a sled, so I didn't think to drive my boots into the snow or to roll off because I was afraid of being struck by other sledders. And so I slammed into the tree full speed. Unfortunately, I covered my head at the last moment. That probably saved my life. I struck the tree at full impact. And at that moment, I was jettisoned from my body into what I can only describe as a thick, viscous void. And I felt a palpable sensation of movement. And all of a sudden, as if behind me, I heard a muffled voice. It was my name. Then I felt a tentacle of energy wrap around my solar plexus and yank me into my body. And I came to and I saw the fuzzy faces of fathers and sons looking down at me. And then I passed out again, and I came to as they had apparently made a makeshift gurney and were hoisting me up the hill. They slid me into the back of an old paneled station wagon. And then I kept passing in and out of awareness. And I remember arriving at the hospital and being slumped over in a chair and seeing blood drip from my face as my father was demanding to a charge nurse to make sure that I be placed in emergency care immediately. And then I passed out again, and then came to with the pull of a cold steel needle through my cheek. And then I was finally awake. Well, I had experienced a near-death experience. And I was bedridden after that. I couldn't walk because it had damaged my semicircular canals, and I couldn't speak very well. And it was terrifying because there were spirits all around me in my room. And they were actually terrifying and menacing because I couldn't make sense of them. And of course, because I wasn't speaking well, I couldn't articulate my distress. So it was literally a form of madness I was going through. And so in desperation, I asked the spirits that I had been working with in my dreams earlier to help me. And so they began to parse away the spirits in the space so that I could be more coherent, more sober again, more aware. So I finally was able to come back to a state of stability. And I began walking again and talking. And I went back to school, but it was still terrifying because sometimes the spirits would come in the corridors. You know, I'd go to the bathroom or go to my next class, and then all of a sudden the spirits would come in, and it was a very challenging time. So much so that it was affecting my socialization and my grades, and my parents were going to keep me back a grade. But I pleaded with them to let me proceed. And so I asked the spirits to truly help me, to bring me back into myself, to help retrieve parts of myself that I lost at the time of the sledding. And so they helped me to retrieve myself, and I was able to regain my balance psychologically and emotionally. Then from 7 until 17, I was being taught in my dream time from the spirits. And many of them were actually Lakota ancestors that were coming to me. And when I was 17, I was introduced to the works of Castaneda, and I knew I'd come home. Even though the works are cryptic, the work I had done on myself in my dream time, I was able to fill in the gaps. And so that those books became the templates of my path of warriorship. And that's when, at 17, is when I made a commitment to walk this road that I'm on. And I went off to college. I studied neuroscience and animal behavior and philosophy at Purdue University, Midwest. And it was a dual program, dual degree, and so it took me about 5 years to complete the degree. And I kind of pride myself on getting what I regard as indigenous education at a technical school. But after 5 years of academics, I decided I didn't want to read about life, I wanted to live it. At the age of 14, I had been introduced to ballet because my grandfather was a writer and director of the Fred Astaire, Ginger Roger movies. And I was always inspired by watching the grace of Fred Astaire, as well as the mastery of Baryshnikov, who was also a contemporary at that time, a very famous ballet dancer. And so I was introduced to ballet when I was 14 and was actually in the repertory company at Purdue, even though it was more of an extracurricular activity for me at that time. And so I decided I wanted dance to be my spiritual quest. And I obtained a full scholarship at a ballet school here in Marin. And so I moved out west and began training in earnest to become a ballet dancer. And so for 2 years, blood, sweat, and tears, I was 6 days a week, 8 hours a day, plus also working full time to make ends meet. I was encouraged by the ballet school director, as well as the company director, to find a professional job. So I went off to Europe because he said I was too old to find a job in America. I was in my mid-20s at that time. And so I was successful at obtaining a job in Switzerland after about 26 auditions. So there was quite a bit of rejection before I finally landed my own job, and was gainfully employed. And of course, Europe tends to treat their artists much better than in America. So I had a salary commensurate with the cost of living and a 6-week paid vacation and medical and dental benefits. And being fully employed, I had the energy and the time and the money to pursue my love, which was also Indigenous medicine. So I had located a group of people in Switzerland who were practicing Indigenous ways. And they would actually invite medicine people down from Scandinavia, known as the Sami people, aka Laplanders. They would bring them down to do ceremony with us. And so every week, unless I had a performance that in the evening, I would travel faithfully to this other city in order to participate with the community in ceremony and practices. And the Scandinavian medicine person took a shine to me and actually encouraged me to move up north to Scandinavia, because the indigenous populations of Europe had been wiped out through the Crusades, except the Sami people, because it was too far north and too cold. And also the Basque people in the Pyrenees between Spain and France. Right? These are two extant populations of indigenous people that have maintained their lineages without interruption. And so he provided me with the name of a person up in Oslo. And so I auditioned for the Norwegian National Ballet in Oslo and was accepted. So I moved up to Scandinavia. And I began searching for this individual without success. And so on a whim, I decided to place an ad in the newspaper requesting a drumming circle. So that very day, I received a call from him. And as fortune would have it, his office, because he was an individual who his family was above the Arctic Circle, but he was in Oslo creating charter schools for his people, right? Language preservation and ensuring that their spiritual ways of life were also being preserved. Well, his office was 1 block from the theater. So every day after work, I would spend time with him, kind of more in a collegial way, but we would collaborate and share. And he had a community of people, one of which happened to be an expat American living in Oslo, fluent in the language, also an excellent hardanger fiddle player, which was one of the indigenous instruments of Norway. And he happened to be an Ojibwe sun dancer. And so I was introduced to the Purification Lodge because he had been granted permission from his chief in North Dakota to conduct the traditional Purification Lodge in Norway. So that was my first exposure to a Native American, it's called sweat or Purification Lodge. And he also was granted permission to do traditional saunas, which is the Scandinavian Purification Lodge. quite unlike the saunas that we have here in America. There's quite a bit of protocol in both of these ceremonies. Anyhow, so I was really immersed in purification lodges and trainings, participating in community ceremonies, and also my professional career as a ballet dancer was also taking off. I was a soloist and principal dancer in the company, some of the repertoire, as well as choreographing on the company. But at the same time, I was getting disenchanted by the ballet world because it was really inhumane and very disrespectful toward dancers and kind of dog eat dog. And so my heart was actually beginning to gravitate away from ballet. But I was also therefore immersed, in this ceremonial medicine. And one of the Ojibwe sun dancers' teachers, mentors, came to Norway. And when I met this man, the spirits that I had been working with said, "This is the man you've been waiting your whole life for. This is your mentor." So I offered a blanket, offered tobacco, and requested to become his apprentice. And after 4 days of him dreaming, he accepted me. And that's when my education truly began. So I traveled around the world, whenever I was not with the company, and even when I was, but wasn't involved, say in one of the productions, I would travel with him and participate in long dances and sun dances. Long dances and drum dances, not sun dances, and purification lodges, and just being of service to a medicine person, which is what an apprenticeship involves. And he truly took me under his wing. Well, in the course of my training with him, I was in the midst of one of his ceremonies when I had a vision. In this vision, an eagle came down and sunk its talons into my chest and lifted me off the ground. And I didn't know what that meant. So I took it to my mentor. And he says, "That is a Sundance tree." I said, "Wonderful. Well, then I'll start Sundancing with you." Because he was also a Sundance chief. He says, "No, you cannot Sundance with me. Because we do not pierce in my Sundance. This is a piercing dream, piercing vision. You need to find a piercing dance." So the only access to a piercing dance I knew was my colleague who introduced me to the Purification Lodge, who was a sun dancer in North Dakota, with the Ojibwe people. So I asked him if he would consult with his chief, which he did, but the chief said that they were closing down the ceremony to outsiders. And so he knew of a Sundance matriarch in South Dakota. So I wrote her a letter explaining my vision. She took it to the chief of that dance, who accepted me. So I began preparing for my Sundance. And after what had happened, I was there for a year in Norway. And I then had another contract in Switzerland. So I moved back down to Switzerland. And I visited the people that I had originally started studying with, and they said, "What happened to you? You look like a very different person." And I explained that I had been training with this medicine person, and they said, "Well, we would appreciate if you would start teaching us." So I asked my mentor if it would be permissible, because I didn't think I was ready. And he said, "Just teach what you know. You have my blessing to do that." So with his blessing, I began teaching other people who also began asking for my medicine, my guidance. And I was in a different company in Switzerland, and there was a community of people who were actually studying with Chief Archie Fire-Laimdeer, who was a Lakota medicine man. So Archie was my first Lakota mentor. And he also began training me and preparing me for my Sundance. So after a year in Basel, Switzerland, I went to my first Sundance. And it was an absolutely magical experience when actually the chief picked me up and brought me to the land where his family would have the ceremony. And when he turned one of the corners, one of the buttes was visible. And I began to weep because that was in my dream. That was in my original vision that I had seen when the eagle placed its talons into my chest and lifted me off the ground. So I had come home. So I had a magical first dance. And then I went to visit with my mentor. I traveled to be with him and to share the good medicine and the blessings that I had received, which all happened because of the dream and the vision that I had had in one of his ceremonies. And he instructed me and encouraged me, says, you need to start teaching more. And I didn't think that I was ready. Didn't think I was prepared. He says, I already told you, right? I told you that you were going to be teaching, and you are already. But now you need to take it to another level. And I didn't feel ready, and I was still divided because there was a part of me that really loved dancing, ballet. I was still divided and conflicted inside. And I know that I had just danced for 1 year in Basel, and my contract, had expired. And so I was going to take a little bit of time off, spend time in Europe, and begin to find some other dance companies. After the time with my mentor, I went to my brother's wedding. He was getting married, and he asked me to choreograph a piece for his ceremony, which I was very honored to do. And in the course of the marriage ceremony, while I was performing, it was outdoors in cobblestone. And I did an aerial maneuver, which was a part of the choreography that I had conceived and created. And I landed on the outside of my ankle, and I tore all the ligaments in my foot. Now, I finished the performance because I was a professional. I made it look good. But I gracefully walked off and asked for ice. My ankle swelled up to about the size of a cantaloupe. And that was the end of my ballet career. The spirits made it very clear that I was going to be walking the red road now and only do ceremonial medicine and dancing. So I went back to Europe, hobbled back, I had crutches. And I was receiving unemployment as a part of the European system because they had released me from my employment after 1 year of employment with the Basel Ballet. And so I was still trying to find jobs, but I was also began to formulate, per the blessings of my mentor, courses and ceremonies that I could conduct, which formed the ground of the institute that I currently have. And so I'd go back to the Sundance. And in my third Sundance, I remember very clearly that the spirits came to me when I was pierced and hooked to the tree of life. The spirits came to me and said, you need to create an institute where the dissemination and the preservation, protecting of indigenous practices ceremonially. And I really said to the spirits, I think you have the wrong man. And the spirit says, no, you must make this happen. And as fortune would have it, a little bit earlier, I had met my wife-to-be. Because I had been a lone wolf. I had been traveling alone in Europe and having these contracts. I didn't know anything about community. But my beloved wife-to-be, she was Filipina. She came from a large family and understood community. So she supported me in helping to bring Ancestral Voice to life. And so we created the center, which is now an institute called Ancestral Voice, and created programs for people to honor and connect with their intrinsic indigenousness, to help remember that part of themselves that is connected to the earth and the source and the ancestors. And the institute has now existed for 25 plus years, and unfortunately, the creator took my wife home. She was visiting our Lakota mother on the res and was involved in a fatal vehicular accident over 20 years ago now. But through this, we continue to deepen, right? So grief, some of you talked about grief. Grief is a very profound teacher. And naturally, her passing catapulted me on an odyssey of grief to understand the medicine of grief and how grief is a teacher in our lives. And in so doing, also, as a consequence of her passing, I became very angry, very upset with the Creator for taking my wife home. And yet the irony is that all I knew was ceremony. And so as a consequence of that, I had no place to go except to go back into ceremony, because that was also a way for me to have communion with my wife in the spirit world, and to deepen my understanding of the very complex and beautiful ceremonies around death and bereavement as well. And so, our spiritual practice does not immunize us from pain or from wounding, but rather helps us to learn how to gracefully navigate through these challenges and adversities that we will inevitably encounter on the path. And so she continues to watch me, protect me from the other side, and she shows herself in different ways, because death is not an ending. And in fact, it's just a change of worlds, just another dream. And we may ask them to be with us. We can humbly petition them to be present, and we can palpably feel them. Just by me sharing with you about her, I can feel her around me now, because that's what happens. They are so close, we just have to ask for their assistance. Or in our ceremonies, sometimes she will appear in the form of a dragonfly, or a hummingbird, or a ladybug. And these are the ways that the spirits will show us that they're ever present, that they're there for us. And that's what our ancestors understood, is about the connection that is there, the invisible ways that the unseen continues to guide us and watch over us, right? The beauty of my relationship with my wife is that, in the spirit world, is that when she was alive, we would dream together. We would lie down in bed and we would travel into the dream time and we would meet there. And then when we wake in the morning, we would share our experiences. And they were the same dream. And so that didn't change when she went home. When she graduated from classroom planet Earth, as I say, because she really didn't need to be here. She understood what unconditional love and support was all about. She would visit me in her dreams, in my dreams. I would lie down at night and she would come and we would connect in the dream time. And that is available to all of us as well. That through our dreams, we have the ability to meet with those who have made their journey. To know that we are never alone. That we are connected to the ancestral realms. That we have an abiding relationship with the earth. That every step we take, she kisses our feet. Every breath we take is inspiration from the source. That the ancestors are there. All we need to do is ask. These are the gifts of indigenous, the intrinsic indigenous that is available to each and every one of us. Because all of us, our ancestors had that connection that was forged from that intimacy. And so I continue to serve and walk this way. I became a Sundance chief. There was a formal ceremony that took place. I've been Sundancing for 29 consecutive years now. Every year I dance, every year I pierce for the people. I also am a member of the Native American Church for the past 25 years. And we use the sacrament peyote, another plant medicine that has offered itself to help us understand ourselves. And it's a beautiful heart-opening medicine to help people truly connect with who they are. And so, as a consequence of this life, we continue to deepen, to grow, to evolve, to learn greater compassion, to deepen our love for ourselves and for others, so that we truly can unify, so that we can serve the world for the benefit of future generations. It's vital that we understand that there will be children who will live beyond us, and that we need to ensure that they are able to have an earth and a world to live in. And so we need to do our part. There is no time any longer to squander. There's no time to procrastinate relations. There is an urgency. That's what this is about. This is the prophecy as well, right? That we are literally on a threshold. Either we're going to collectively awaken, or we're all going to perish, and we're going to take many species with us. As I said, the earth is going to outlive us, right? She's been here for billions of years. Civilizations have come and gone. But the question is, what is our legacy? Are we going to be remembered as a self-indulgent, self-absorbed species? Because that's how the relations are seeing us now. And I'm talking about the animal nations. I'm talking about the plant nations, the elementals. Our elders on this earth are concerned about us as the problem children because we're not doing our part. We have forgotten our collective original instructions, which is to serve as loving, responsible stewards and protectors of her and of all of our relations. So what is our legacy collectively? That's the question. And what we can do individually and as communities to shape shift this tide so that there will be a world, a beautiful world for children to grow up in that is free of hatred and prejudice and racism. And that means that we have to look at our own prejudice and racism that's internalized, right? Looking at whiteness and what that means, right? Understanding that the reality of a person of color is vastly different from our own. That's the starting point. Yeah. We have to do our own work, and we have to be tireless in this intent. That's what I mean by warriorship, is not giving up, persevering through the difficulties, through the challenges, right? Standing strong together in solidarity. I'm very passionate about this. Yeah. I mean, as a sun dancer and as a ceremony leader, I put my life on the line for every ceremony I do. I put my life on the line when it's hooked to that tree of life. Yeah. Are you willing to put your life on the line to make this world a better place? Are you willing to stand with people at Standing Rock? Right? Are you willing to go to the protests in San Francisco? Right? Where is it that you can serve? Where is it that you can make a difference? Right? That's what it takes, and that's what the earth is calling us to do right now. What this virus has precipitated for us is deep activism, deep warriorship, yeah, that can ultimately help us heal and help this world heal. Yeah, to have, right, people of a different race, color, gender, identity, but also the difficult conversations in your family. Maybe you have someone who is prejudiced in your family. Are you willing to have that difficult conversation? Because silence, your silence, is contributing to the problem, right? That's what we call complicity. Are you complicit, or are you willing to stand up and speak out? Yeah. Wherever I go as a warrior, I'm willing to speak out against injustice. In your own personal life, when you're not willing to accept abuse, that's warriorship. That's where you create a boundary that is unacceptable for someone to cross. Yeah. And that's okay. You know, people are decrying Black Lives Matter movement and what happened in Standing Rock is like, these are people who are angry. And we denigrate anger, right? Because people are afraid of anger. But all emotions are healthy. All emotions are biologically programmed. They serve a purpose. They come from the earth. They come from our biology. So anger serves a purpose. When people are fed up, when people have had enough, when people are indignant, they're going to feel anger. And it is healthy to express that, because internalized anger causes physiological, psychological harm and spiritual harm to the body. So allowing people to articulate their emotions, even when they're difficult, is healthy. Now, again, I'm not going to advocate violence, but anger itself is not violence. Anger is only an emotion that needs to be expressed verbally, physically, as long as it's not going to be destructive. But it's important, and therefore it's also being able to be important. It's important to receive anger from others. If you have harmed someone, or if you have been insensitive, perhaps that's going to spawn someone's anger. Are you able to receive that person's anger without taking it personally, so that there can be the possibility of healing? Yeah. That's what I mean by receiving difficult, or being able to engage in difficult situations and conversations for healing to take place. You know, I spoke about the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions in Canada. Do you think those conversations were pleasant? How about in Africa in the time of apartheid? Also the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions. We're talking about heinous crimes against humanity. Horrific.
I've heard the conversations in Canada have devolved a bit. At the Parliament of the World's Religions in Toronto, there were a third of the whole exhibit hall was displays about the boarding schools, and people sharing their stories. And during the Parliament, it was lifted up as a good first step, but since then things have really kind of fallen apart in some of those real conversations.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So that's absolutely true, Will. And yet they did take the first steps. And I don't see those
more
steps
than we've done
taken in North America. Exactly.
I mean, we've broken every treaty, and it's only the Supreme Court has given back a part of the legal protection for parts of Oklahoma, but none of the other treaties have been reclaimed and restored.
Over 700 treaties were signed in relationship to Indigenous nations in North America, and every single one of them has been broken by the colonizers. Yeah. So what that means is that there's work to be done. And indeed, both in South Africa as well as in Canada, we have first steps that have been taken. And there has been a devolution, but again, then it becomes the job of the warriors to continue to press forward, right? Continue to advocate for their rights, and to be relentless right? To be tireless, and that's really what it means, right? And it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, right? There's always going to be resistance. So if you're going to be a change maker, knowing that you're going to encounter resistance, then we have to ensure that we're resilient, right? Because we're going to receive pushback, right? There's going to be something, but that's the meaningful part, right? You know, think about, you know, Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. and Jesus Christ and others, right? I think about Lozin, the Apache warrior woman, right? Who stood, you know, with her warriors as well, and the opposition that she received. And yet, in order to make that change, because people are fundamentally fearful of change, right? When we actually, for me, when we receive that opposition, we know that we're making a difference. Yeah. So when I began to encounter greater conflict and resistance from people, and I contacted my mentor, he says, "Oh, then you're doing good work," he said. And he celebrated the opposition that I was encountering. So it's good, right? And it's important also to replenish oneself, right? So you don't want to experience burnout. And I think that fatigue is happening now in terms of, because of the sheltering in place and sequestration, you know, you see that happening, right? So as societies are beginning to emerge, there's another spike in the virus because it's not conforming to our previous understandings of how viruses operate. And so there's a spike, and what's happening? There's a shutting down again, and now people are resistant, right? They feel that they've complied, and now they'd like to get on with their lives, okay? And so we see what? We see resistance. We see opposition to mandates that are placed actually to protect people, right? To safeguard us in this time. Yeah. And so again, we need to be mindful that our actions have consequences toward others. And so, you know, the wearing of a mask, for example, is not just for ourselves, but it's for the benefit of others, right? And when we are aware of this, right, rather than continue to be self-absorbed, right, or to think that our own rights are being violated, right, then we can see that there's a much bigger picture here, right? And so it's important, therefore, to help each other, to understand how to take care of one another, right? And therefore also how to take care of yourself right now. It's important to nurture yourself. It's important to replenish oneself, right? You know, we're feeling also, there's a sense of, a lot of people have been reporting that they're sleeping more, and they feel like this inertia and this gravity, and that has to do with the collective, right? We're sentient beings, we're sensitive, so we're feeling the energies of just the world and the fatigue that's happening as a result of this virus. And, you know, sometimes people are on Zoom, you know, all day and feeling that level of fatigue as well, because it's challenging. So I thank you all for, you know, sticking with me on this call. You know, I know it's long, so thank you for that. So we take care of ourselves, right? Make sure that you're getting out, you're exercising, you're breathing that fresh air. You know, in fact, I was gonna, the spirits gave me an instruction to give all of you, which is that after every single Zoom call that you have, you need to spend a little bit of time outside. Don't go from one Zoom call into another right away. I want you to, you know, end your call. If you have to end it a little prematurely, fine. And then go outside and breathe in the air, put your feet on the earth, reconnect, rather than living only in the virtual world of computers and TV screens and our phones. Yeah. So that's a good way of just kind of recentering and grounding yourself. Yeah. So are there any questions? We are going to be segueing into another part of our ceremony a little bit later. But yes, Terry.
Real quickly, you have talked about spirits of ancestors. When you encounter these spirits, do you visualize, see them, or is it a light? How would you describe your encounters with spirits?
Well, each of that is very subjective, but for myself, I actually see energy, right?
Energy.
I see like an apparition or a cloud, you know. Sometimes I just hear a voice, but more often than not, and the voice is not my voice, right? So I've been able to discern the timbre, right? So the spirits don't speak the way my inner dialogue operates, right? So, and that's actually the benefit of meditation, right? Through meditation, you can discern your rhythm, timbre, language, etc. So when I hear a spirit talk to me, it's not my voice that I'm hearing. It's actually their voice, right? So it's a different timbre, different quality, different vocabulary, different rhythm, right? Just like your own, voice fingerprint or voice print is different than mine. It's exactly the same. So, I receive them and hear them, as they are speaking to me, and also just through my work, like in the Purification Lodge, for example, when we call in the spirits, sometimes they're blue lights or they're sheets of energy and you can see them. And so that's how I experience it as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Philip, do you also experience them as a presence that might not be something that's visual or sensual, but a felt presence?
Absolutely. So for example, I mentioned earlier, as I was sharing about Cecilia, I could feel palpably her presence. There's an energetic signature as well, and being sensorial beings, we can actually access and pick up this information through all of our senses. Sometimes you can actually taste, there's like a different taste in the air, through their energetic presence. So we can also just palpably feel them energetically as well in the space, right? I mean, it's a little bit challenging within a virtual hoop, but like, for example, in the previous retreat that we had, I invoked the ancestors and people could feel them in the space palpably, right? And it's almost like, I describe it as the air becomes thicker, right? Because they start coming, right? They gather because they're attracted to the sight, scent, and smell of ceremony, right? And then we invoke them in by name or through intention, and then they show up, right? And so you can palpably feel that they hold the container of the ceremonial space for us to do our healing work and transformation.
So when you do your invocation, is like an invitation and welcome of the ancestors. I mean, a lot of rituals around circles, and there's a lot of things about directions of circles and inviting the ancestors from the different quadrants and the different directions. That's part of what you're doing when you're invoking the presence or welcoming space for them, right?
Yes, correct. So the first song that I sang is actually, it's a direction song, right? So I'm asking the spirits of each direction to come. And it's not just a donut, it's actually a sphere, right? So I'm asking the spirits to enclose us in a sphere, a container, right? And the container is held by the ancestors that I asked to be present. And so, yes, they're invoked in and they're welcomed, right? And also the articulation of what it is that we seek, right? So through the smoke of the tobacco, I requested their presence for specific reasons, right? So again, it's very purposeful, right? We don't call on the spirits for no reason at all. There's always a reason and a purpose as to why they're being invited to join us, right? Because they're busy on the other side, right? That's one thing, my wife would visit me. She says, hey, I'm really busy over here, and would share some of the things that she was doing, So
Yeah.
when we do invite them in, we need to have a specific intent or purpose, right? And similarly, just as we will do today, at the conclusion of our time together, we will express gratitude and send them away, right?
And being really clear, like, of your words and the intention behind the words, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, right? So that's one thing that I teach my students in my community, is that it's really important to be impeccable with your words, right? To understand what they mean, right? Because of their potency in terms of, the conveyance of information or intent, right? And so often I find in the Western world, and it kind of goes back to the breaking of treaties, right? If we're very cavalier with our words, then we're not going to necessarily follow through with what we say. But it ties in with integrity again, walking your talk, right? So I really encourage people, because of the sacredness of the word that I mentioned earlier, that we need to be very clear and purposeful with what we say and what we do, right? So we don't want to be sloppy in our language. We want to be really impeccable with our word.
Bill, did you have a question? Well, let's get you to, there you go. Now we can hear you.
All right. I don't want to end the conversation, but I think I may have started this by asking Chief Phillip about his journey. And I just want to say, this has been a fascinating journey and a fascinating part of our retreat to hear your journey. And I want to say for myself and perhaps others, thank you for taking the time to share with us. Time well spent as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, thank you, Bill. I appreciate your acknowledgement. Yeah, it's really an honor for me to share with you. And I really encourage you, when there's more of a suspension of the sheltering in place and people reconvene, and you do so with intelligence and care and safety, really encourage you to, to participate in ceremonies, and if you're compelled to come to my ceremonies, feel free to do that, and understand that there's a whole nother way and culture in terms of how Native people operate, and you bring respect and you pay attention, and that's how you learn, right? And so in terms of Indigenous education, we try to keep our mouth shut and our eyes open. That's what I say, and so you participate fully and, with your full heart, and you'll be warmly received. So, any other questions before we segue into the final portion of our time together? Great. I will take that as a no. So, I'd like you all to cleanse yourself off again, either with sage or copal or palo santo, or water. You use the water as well. Now, I also did ask you all to have a glass of water with you, so I'd like you to have your water available now. Remember, water is our first medicine. Water carries memory. For those of you who have ever studied the works of Emoto, you understand the qualities that water has to carry memory and its ability to absorb the energies around itself and within itself. And the indigenous people have known this for millennia, which is why we've used water in our ceremonies and pray into the water, actually. And that's actually what you're going to do today. So please, if you don't have one, make sure that you have a cup of water available. And we'll wait for everyone to come back. Great. So what's going to happen is I'm going to sing some songs here. I'm going to sing some water songs. I'm going to sing some songs as part of the Native American church. We use a rattle to do that. As I sing, I want you to pray into your water. You're going to hold the water, about the level of your heart, and you're going to pray into it. So the vibration from your heart as well as your voice is going to go into the water. Okay. And I'm going to have you pray for what it is that you desire to manifest in your life. Yeah. No holes barred, my relations. Whatever it is that you desire, I want you to pray. And if the tears fall from your face into the water, that's fine, because those are tears of your prayers that will join that water, that body of water that you will eventually drink down, right? So at the conclusion of my songs, I will then invite you to drink the waters, right, from your prayer, okay? And you're going to let that percolate through your whole body. Yeah, so you feel that prayer suffusing through the waters of your own body, so that every step you take is this prayer. It will ripple from you, yeah, like water. So please pray for yourself. Pray for the indigenous people who are still attempting to heal from the genocide, the slight, shall we say, favorable developments that have occurred, but yet the work that still needs to be done. Pray for the people of Black Lives Matter. Pray for those of different gender identities, right? For the LGBTQ community that needs our help, right? Pray for the children of this world to have fresh water. Pray for the warriors that are putting their lives on the line for our water, for our land, right? Pray for the healthcare workers who are putting their life on the line right now, right? Because COVID is still here. This virus is not going anywhere, relations. This virus will be here, and we need to make proper relations with this elder, right? That's the teaching. We're not going to be eliminating this virus as we've eliminated any of the other viruses, right? Even ones that we thought had eliminated are still around, right? So the point is, we talk about proper or right relations, right? Balance in our world. That's what's key. And that's what we're being taught, is how to live in balance, to come back to sustainability, within ourselves, within our relationship to the earth and the world and each other. So with that, I'm going to sing some songs. Hold that cup of water to your heart. You're going to pray into the water. Please include prayers for your loved ones, your friends, your family, your community, your congregation, right? Pray for them as well. Right now, there is a hurricane happening in Hawaii, right? From the islands. So pray for that hurricane, maybe to move slightly to ensure the people are safe. These earth changes that are happening, right? They're still going on, right? There's flooding that's taking place in certain parts of the country. Again, so we want to pray for our relations who are struggling, Pray for, prayers were said about the Dene people, what we call the Navajo. Dene is their word, right? Right? They're still probably the most afflicted population with COVID. Many of the elders are in jeopardy, and those are the wisdom keepers. We want to pray for them, pray for their safety, pray for the Hopi Nation that's within the reservation of the Dene people, right? So even more concentrated. And again, the lack of access to healthcare. Again, so we want to pray for them and express gratitude as well for the favorable developments that have been happening in the world as well. So pray for it all. Here we go. Just pray aloud into that water. holy water, Yono, Weno, Wene, Weyana, Yana, Yono, Weno, Weno, Wene, Weyana, Yana, Yono, Wena, Hene, holy water, Yana, Hene, Owe, money we don't, Yono, Weno, Wene, Weyana, Yana, Yono, Wena, Weno, Wene, holy water, yana, hene, owe. Wakatanga, yana, weno, wene. Weyana, yana, yono, wena, weno, wene. Weyana, yana, yono, wena, hene. Holy water, yana, hene, owe. Please bless us, yana, weno, wene. Yana, yana, yo, no, we know, hey, no, hey, yana, yana, yo, no, we know, hey, holy water, yana, hey, oh, you know, when, oh, you know, I know, when, oh, you know, hey, I know, hey, Nicola, you know, I know, when, oh, you know, and I know, I know, when, oh, you know, I know, when, oh, you know, and I know, oh, you know, I know, when, oh, you know, I know, when, oh, you know, and I know, El Nicola, you know, I know, and you know, and I know, you know, I know, and you know, I know, and you know, and I know, and you know, So very slowly now, I want you to drink all of your water. Take your time. Very gently feel the prayers percolating through you as you drink every single sip, taking your time, slowly, taking it all. How do you all feel right now? Anyone want to care to share how they're feeling?
I'm feeling elevated.
I saw a thumbs up from Felicity.
I feel very strongly my Hawaiian ancestors and Choctaw. Very strong presence.
Mhm.
I'm feeling a sense of peace.
No. Does anyone have any questions before we conclude our time together today?
Actually, I don't know if this might not be a small question, but I don't know. And I mean it with all due respect, but appropriation, that's something that I've heard come up in my community when people do, sometimes when they, about appropriation, cultural appropriation of First Peoples spirituality.
Mm-hmm.
I just wondered what your thoughts were on that. How do I make sure I don't do that is the other thing.
Okay. So Will mentioned the Parliament of World Religions, and we were both there. And I wasn't on the panel, but I attended a panel discussion of some peoteros, some people that conduct the Native American church ceremonies, as well as the Huichol people that use the sacrament peyote. And actually, a similar inquiry was posed about appropriation. And there was a Dene, a Navajo man, who was on the panel, who is a roadman in the Native American church. And I loved his really very beautiful definition of appropriation, which is taking without permission. And, you know, for myself, I have only conducted ceremonies with permission. You know, even though I do carry Indigenous ancestry, as I mentioned, from Tsalagi, which is Oklahoma territory. But, you know, I regard myself as a person of mixed ancestry. But you know, my mentors and my families, I'm adopted, are cognizant and have given me the blessings to conduct the ceremonies that I perform. And as I said, I was made a ceremonial chief back in 2003 during Sundance. And in order to receive that blessing, that level of responsibility, you're vetted, right? So it's not something that I have chosen to do, but rather those roles and responsibilities were conferred upon me. And, you know, medicine people and chiefs sat in council to determine whether or not I was worthy enough to carry, you know, that bundle. Similarly with the Native American Church as well. I was a member for 17 years before was received a fireplace, which was the confirmation to become a chief of that ceremony and that tradition. So, you know, I've spent, as I said, 40 years of my life in devotion to this, and have the blessings and the sanction of my mentors and my families and my teachers to share this wisdom and this medicine with you. Obviously, what I'm sharing is not for you then to share with others, right? But it's for your own personal benefit. And I also have individuals who are apprenticing with me, and they have to go through many years of training before they receive the blessings to impart anything to others, right? And I think it's important to keep these things, in mind, that there's no self-declaration of myself as a shaman here, right? I never even trained in the Mongolian tradition, so that's not a word I would use to describe myself. And certainly, I'm actually very wary of individuals who even use that word to describe themselves if they haven't been trained in the Mongolian tradition, because that's disrespectful to their culture. And so, I'm very cognizant, as I said, of language and words, and it's necessary. In native country, it's really important that you do apprentice with medicine people and go through the rigors of that training to comprehend the protocols and the ceremonies that will take you a lifetime to understand. And unfortunately there's a lot of appropriation going on where people have some kind of eco tour down in South America to experience ayahuasca and then come back and start thinking they can conduct the ceremony. And I decry such level of cultural appropriation. It's very disrespectful. So, as I said, I have the blessings and the sanctions of my teachers and mentors and families, and that's a lifelong relationship that is cultivated. There's certainly accountability constantly for these ceremonies and for that level of relationship that I have with them. And in fact, to ensure that you are not, engaging in appropriation, then you're going to, appropriately train with someone, and then they give you and they grant you permission to be able to conduct the ceremonies or to transmit the teachings. And that's, in my travels around the world, it takes about 10 years to become a bona fide medicine person, just as, and I'm talking about, day in, day out apprenticeship and training. And we know that to be the case because in the allopathic paradigm, to become a physician takes about that duration of time as well. About 4 years of academics and then a couple of years of rotations and then a residency. So we're looking at anywhere from 8 to 10 years of that devotion to become a physician. And so if we understand that indigenous medicine is that, it's a medicine way, then it will also require that level of devotion and praxis. And so anyone who takes a weekend workshop and calls themselves a shaman, which really speaks to impatience and our tendency to take shortcuts. And there are no shortcuts in this medicine. And
or to claim native technology as our own and to co-opt it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
May I make a point?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait until you're through.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I was thinking about that, particularly in our conversation about Black Lives Matter issues, and I cannot speak to this through personal experience, but what I am becoming sensitive to through various media reports is that Blacks are particularly sensitive when whites begin to assume say, act too Black. And the word that comes to mind is woke. And I've picked that up where, it's like the whites who use this, and these are people who are kind of on the demonstration lines with the Black Lives Matter folks. And you can overstep your welcome by trying to be too much Black by using words that belong to the Blacks, like woke And then one other word that I picked up was that the word ally, which you mentioned, as I understand it, if you mentioned this, I don't recall this in your comment, but I understand that's a status that Black people confer on white people. It's not a status you can claim for yourself. And that's a matter about which I am told Black people are sensitive. I see that as appropriation.
Mm-hmm. Well, for me, the word ally, so in the Lakota tradition, when the French were trying to recruit indigenous peoples to undermine each other, right, in this form of colonization to divide and separate indigenous nations, they asked kind of an adversary of the Lakota how they would describe the Lakota people, and the word involved was the people of of the river, and it was translated as Sioux. So the French, it was a very long word, but the French just took one derivation of it, and it had to do, it was because it was the people of the Snake River. And so the French just took the word and appropriated it to mean snake, which obviously has a negative connotation in Western European theology. And so they were seen as enemies, right? Whereas the other people didn't regard them as enemies, just regard them as people of the Snake River. But the word Lakota actually means ally, which means friend. Okay, so I think we have to be careful about, the ownership of certain words. Obviously, if, for example, the N word is not something that you'd be saying. If the word woke is really a part of vernacular of the Black experience, then of course that's not something that we want to employ. However, ally is kind of a word that is universal. But you're correct in that, to say I am an ally of them, that's really for them to determine, and that's based on your conduct, right? So if you are, supporting them, then they can regard you as an ally, but it's not something that you're going to, again, self-declare any more than you're going to declare yourself a shaman. Most of the medicine people I know would never even, regard themselves in that way. They are humbled human beings, and they serve the spirits because it's the spirits that do the doctoring, not the human being anyway. And so we want to be humble, in our service, whether that service is to our relations who are on the front lines in their quest for sovereignty, or whether it be, on the, front lines of any crusade that you may want to become involved with, and there's a plethora of possibilities to choose from in that way, so you need to select your battles, where you wish to put your energy, direct your time and your attention, because you also don't want to become burned out, right? A good warrior is going to select the battles that he or she is going to engage in as well. So I think I'm hoping that kind of addresses your point about assimilation and appropriation, since I think it's important that we're also humble to make sure that we have the blessings of our mentors and our teachers, because you're going to be vetted, right? And examined. And so you want to make sure that you're walking the most impeccable road that you can in a humble kind of way. As I said, I was in the Native American Church for 17 years before I was conferred the role and responsibility to be able to conduct that ceremony. Because therefore, after that level of exposure, I had the proficiency to know the protocols and all the songs that were commensurate for the ceremony that I was expected to perform. And even after that, you get tested. Your mentors and your teachers are going to test you, just like in the martial arts, right? To move up through the echelon of the belts, you're going to be tested by your sensei, right? So it's exactly the same. You'll go through training, and then you'll be tested to evaluate whether or not you are proficient. I also happen to be an EMT, right? So I practice. I'm available to serve people in emergency situations, but there's also a scope of practice there, right? I'm not permitted to exceed my scope of practice. Otherwise, I will lose my license, or I may be endangering people through negligence, right? Well, if we understand the indigenous path to be one of a medicine way, if you're not properly qualified, then you are also negligent, and you're putting people in harm's way spiritually, as well as physically and emotionally and psychologically. And as it is in the Bay Area, I do a lot of damage control. A lot of so-called shamans who then harm people who show up at my doorstep asking for help, because they didn't properly vet the individual. And so I guess to kind of finish up my sharing here, ask questions. If you're going to be involved in indigenous ceremonies, make sure the practitioner is bona fide, and since there is no governing bodies necessarily to qualify individuals, then it's important that you ask questions, right? How long that person is trained, what kind of training they've had, do the mentors give them the blessing to do so, how long have they conducted the ceremony? There's a whole series of questions that you can pose to safeguard yourselves, because the last thing you want to do is put yourself in harm's way. And I was once conducting a purification lodge in St. Louis, and a woman walked up to me and she goes, "I'm Ojibwe," which is the actual word that they prefer to use rather than the word Chippewa, which is an English word. So this Ojibwe woman walked up to me, and she had her daughter in hand, and she says, "I pay you no disrespect, sir, but for me to participate, I need to ask some questions." And she says, "Are you a chanupa carrier? Are you a sacred pipe carrier? Are you a sun dancer? How long have you carried a pipe? How long have you sun danced? With which family have you sun danced?" All of these questions, which I easily and readily answered for her. And after she was, satisfied with the answers I provided, with the myriad questions that she posed, I said, no disrespect taken. I can see whoever trained you in a good way. Yeah. So if you're going to be participating in any indigenous ceremonies, it's important that you ask questions of that practitioner to ensure that that protocol will be observed, and that you and the other relations that are participating will be safe. And if the answers are nebulous, or they're not willing to answer them, then personally I would refrain from participating. So these are some of the counsel that I give my community and students as well. Because individuals have died as a result of people's negligence who thought they were qualified to conduct ceremonies when they weren't. So that's important, to have that
Philip,
level of discernment.
Yeah.
Philip, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Would you extend that also to spiritual teachers or mentors in other traditions? The same kind of criteria and question inquiry?
I would say certainly that applies. Yeah. I know, for example, like in Buddhism, though, to become a lama, there's a whole rigorous process of selection and things. So, particularly because of the level of appropriation that happens in native country, that's for me a little bit more problematic. But certainly, if you have someone who's declaring themselves as a spiritual teacher and maybe not necessarily affiliated with any tradition, definitely you may want to pose these questions.
Yeah.
The reason I bring it up is there seems to be a lot of incidents of abuse around that theme of people committing to a spiritual teacher, guru, mentor, and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I think in general that it's important to be discerning. You know, you may want to spend some time with that person so that you get a chance to know them, you know, see if they're walking in a good way. You know, look at their actions and their congruency in terms of word and action. You know, in the Lakota tradition, there's no word for authority. So essentially, when you are aligning with a leader or a teacher, you know, you never compromise your autonomy to make decisions, right? Now, naturally, if you want to learn from them, you have to be willing to surrender to learn. But in so doing, you do so with discernment and, you know, evaluate whether this person is someone that you desire to emulate, you know, or to walk with ultimately. So, you know, and there's plenty of cases where, you know, if the leader is not in alignment with your values anymore, then, you know, then you exercise your autonomy and sovereignty to depart, you know, because the values are no longer in alignment.
Thank you. I think you brought up the meaning of discernment of how we go about that process. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. So I'm going to conclude here with a prayer with tobacco again. And I pray that this has been a fruitful time of learning and growth for you, that it's helped you to, you know, reconnect with the earth as well as with the source, with the ancestors, and you know, that you'll take the time to cultivate that relationship with the earth, you know, to spend time with her directly, you know, not just theoretically, but actually in nature, to get out, to breathe the air, to walk the earth, you know, with the appropriate physical distancing. If you're with others, you know, wearing a mask, you know, in this time of COVID, and, you know, really putting your hands on the earth, touching the earth, allowing your feet to be kissed by her, breathing in that vital source, right? And feeling that dance of the sky and the earth within your belly and your womb. And that's really what it takes. This takes getting back to basics, right? Making sure that you're drinking pure water, eating healthy, sleeping, exercising, minimizing, you know, your time on media, you know. Also, not necessarily getting caught up too much in the politics of the world, you know, particularly all the confusion and the misunderstanding that's out there, you know, which can also lead to distractions and confusion. Yeah. So come back to your spiritual practice.
There was another question here from Felicity. When COVID is not a threat, how can we connect and possibly attend a ceremony?
Great. So, so just so you know, I'm actually still conducting ceremonies in this time, because for us, the Purification Lodge and these ceremonies are the hospital. That's the Native hospital. That's how Native people survived many of the previous purposefully induced epidemics, you know, through the nefarious actions of the government of the United States. So, you know, our Purification Lodge, the temperature reaches 212 degrees when that water strikes the stone, so it kills the virus, right? Grandfather peyote is an antiviral. So, you know, we have medicines to help us through infirmity and through this time. So, but, you know, if you elect to, you know, stay at home or protect yourself at this time, obviously in our ceremonies, there still is physical distancing and masks that we wear, like in the lodge area, not inside the lodge, because you want to breathe in that steam and that heat. But yeah, the best way to reach me is by phone, which is 415-310-0981. That's 415-310-0981. You can also email me at Phillip, that's PHILLIP, at ancestralvoice.org. So Phillip at ancestralvoice.org. And I do have a Facebook page as well, which is Ancestral Voice. So those are the three means.
We put the website in the chat room for folks if you want to find that there. And it's Institute for Indigenous Lifeways.
Yes, thank you all. So yeah, those are the ways to connect. And obviously, you know, our protocols are quite rigorous when it comes to hygiene. And so, in fact, several of the members of my community and student body have been tested, and so I'll come back negative. And they've been with me for past, well, ever since the pandemic has started. So we're very rigorous when it comes to our hygiene protocols. And as I said, you know, this is a way that we heal from these kind of afflictions. So anyone's welcome to participate at your level of comfort, you know. And so I do want you to keep in mind that this virus is particularly is going to be with us for several years in terms of its virulence and its potency. You know, I think as time goes on, you know, more human beings will garner immunity, and chances are there will be a vaccine in the near future. However, even with the vaccine and with immunity, you know, the virus is going to be around. So it's about making, you know, proper relations with this virus. So given our time, I want to be respectful of that. If you, I can make this prayer with this tobacco, or I can just kind of segue into a gratitude song, whichever you prefer. So I leave it up to you to decide. Would you prefer I do both, making a final prayer with tobacco and a song, or would you just prefer the song? I want to kind of get a gauge, because we've been, you know, on the Zoom call for, you know, 4 hours now. So
I'm seeing lots of twos.
twos. All right. So
Oh,
go ahead and close. What?
I saw 1-1.
1-1. All right. Well, I will keep it succinct then. Go ahead and close your eyes, everyone, please. Hotukashaloa Kantanka. Great mystery, great spirit, holy ones, grandmother, grandfather, mother, father, to all of our relations, to the ancestors who dwelt in the stars. Shulkawa Kansapa humbly expresses gratitude for my life and for this time of sharing with my relations in this virtual hoop. Thank you for your presence, your palpable presence, that we may feel you in this time. I pray, Creator God, in gratitude for the release of those things that no longer serve us. I pray we may feel that liberation and allow that vitality and that energy to galvanize us to act on behalf of others. I pray that we can galvanize ourselves on behalf of ourselves, that we can continue to cultivate a deeper relationship with our Mother, the Earth, with the unseen, with the ancestors who walk with us and who visit us in our dreams. I pray in gratitude and ask you humbly, Creator, that you'll honor the prayers that have been invested into that holy medicine of water, that they have drunk into their bodies now, that mixes with the waters that form our life, that every step becomes a prayer, every step a ripple for the benefit and the improvement of our lives and for those, Creator, that we hold most dear. Through this sacred and holy tobacco, I thank you for the changes that have taken place in this world, for the revelations that have happened through the virus and through this administration and other governments around the world who are acting from a place of fear and disenfranchising people. I pray we may come together in solidarity. I thank you for the favorable movements. I thank you for the challenges that we encounter that hone our blade and help to strengthen and fortify us to remain courage and undaunted in these times ahead. I pray, Creator, that we may work together for the benefit of this world, that we may shapeshift the tide away from antiquated practices that undermine the sovereignty and freedom of individuals to come together collectively in this time. May we also unite in solidarity as religious and spiritual leaders to put down whatever differences that may exist to let go of the criticism, both of others as well as ourselves, so that we may rest in love and compassion. I pray, Creator, in this time that we will become protectors of the earth, protectors of all beings on this earth. I thank you for this way to pray, for the great sacrifices that have been made by the indigenous nations of the world to protect and preserve these ancient ways of communion and wisdom. I pray that we participate with full respect. I pray, Creator, that we may humble ourselves to learn and to grow. I thank you, Creator, for this time. I ask for prayers for Will McGarvey, Creator. Thank you for his life. Thank you for the gift and the invitation to share with my relations here on this call. I pray, Creator, that we will receive good dreams in the next 4 days, that we can be open to you, to receive from the spirits the instructions that we need to help us be good human beings, to remember how to be human in this time. Through this sacred and holy tobacco, I pray that you'll take care of our loved ones, the individuals that we have asked for help, that you can give this help to them in what is best for them, Creator, not what we desire, whatever our agenda may be, that we may suspend that so that you can do your bidding for them. I thank you for this way to pray, this way of life. Please take care of those on the front lines, Creator, those that are sacrificing their lives in the healthcare industries, in the supply networks, for those that are sacrificing in the ceremonies throughout the world right now. May they have everything they need to receive the dreams to be of greater service. There's so much to pray for, Creator. I ask you to take care of our families and our communities. Let us come together in love and peace and solidarity, that we may heal the wounds from the past so that we may move forward to create and dream the world that we all carry in our hearts and we know that is possible. We thank you for this way to pray. Through this prayer, through this song, we express gratitude to the spirits for their palpable presence, and we send them home in gratitude to be called upon again in times of tribulation and triumph. May this virus continue to serve us. May we be in right relations with this virus. I ask for your humble mercy and compassion as we, as grandchildren on this earth, learn to be human, learn to grow.
Philip.
I express gratitude to each and every one of you for your presence, your participation, and your prayers. And again, thank you, Will, for the privilege to share with all of you today.
Thank you. Thank you for your beautiful words. Thank you for sharing your traditions and your wisdom and your knowledge. Where I'm certainly very deeply grateful to you. Thank you. I honor you and respect you. And all those lovely prayers go to you too. and your family and your loved ones and all that you care for and all that you love.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Philip, I'm just wondering, who is in the picture behind your head?
That is actually it's just a painting from an artist, a native artist, and yeah, it's not a specific individual. It's basically just a native warrior.
Christine shared some words of thanks in the chat box. We want to point your attention to those as well. And I think you see smiling faces, and want to offer Zoom thanks and
Jazz hands.
clapping. This is sign language for clapping.
Right.
So we use this on my community quite a bit, especially when we're all muted and we want to say amen or ashe.
Yeah.
And thank you so much.
My pleasure. Yeah, look forward to the occasion of doing it again in the future. So,
Yes.
yeah, jazz hands.
Yes.
That's what we call
Yes.
it.
To me, that's what they are.
Bob Fosse's jazz hands. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, I love him.
Yeah. Amazing choreography. So, all right. Well, lots of blessings to each and every one
Thanks,
of you.
everyone.
Yeah. Have a beautiful day and